January 28th meeting of Brant County Council. Attendance has been taken, noting that everyone is here. Councillor Howes is on the screen from sunny Florida, and the rest of us are here in the council chambers. The first thing on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and I believe Councillor Oakley has that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we gather, we acknowledge that we meet on the lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Six Nations of the Grand River, and the traditional territory of Anuanarak. We remind ourselves that the County of Brant is situated on lands that are full of rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. We recognize the significance of their contributions to the past, present, and future of this land. As a county, we have a shared responsibility for the stewardship of the land on which we live and work, and a commitment to the truth and reconciliation calls to action. We commit to continue learning, reflecting on our past, and working in allyship.
Thanks, Councillor Oakley. The next thing we have is to address our agenda. Does anyone, Councillor Chambers?
Mr. Mayor, due to the inclement weather and the treacherous driving conditions, particularly in the west part of the county, item number 13.1, the resolution that I was going to present, I would like to delay that. It's going to be a long agenda, and with your permission, I'd like to put that off until the next council meeting.
That's 13.1?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and I would like to move up 11.1 to be directly after 6.1 if I could. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could move 12.1 and 12.4 to be dealt with at the same time as 11.1, as they both relate to that staff report.
Okay. Someone's going to have to remind me when we get there. I have a stack of papers here that I'm going to fall off of.
Sorry,
so,
my apologies. Just 12.4.
Just which one?
Just 12.4. My apologies.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have anything to do with changing the agenda? Seeing nothing else, I'll call the vote on the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the declaration of pecuniary interest. Does anyone see one? If you do see one, please let me be the first to know. Now, this is going to take us to our delegations. We have a slew of delegations tonight. We have a very long meeting. I'm not a big believer in cutting people off at 10 minutes. I think it's rude to cut off anyone's microphone at any time, but we're really going to have to try to stay on schedule. 10 minutes, we have a clock in behind there that's going to set an alarm off at 10 o'clock, and then at that point, if you could just wrap up, please. If we don't, we're going to be here kind of all night. So 10 minutes is what you have. And the first delegation is 5.1, which is Heidi Goiter from St. George Business Association. And if you'd like to come to the podium, please, and just give us your full name and your address or who you represent, and then you have 10 minutes. Welcome, Heidi.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Goiter, and I am the president of the St. George Business Association. Thank you so much for having me and giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. I will keep mine short and sweet. Mine is positive. On behalf of the Business Association, we have had several successful events in 2024. But this evening, I want to speak specifically to the first annual tree lighting ceremony in the village. It was held this past November at Snowball Park. For the past 2 years, we have been able to add seasonal lighting along the light standards along Beverly Street and Main Street in St. George. But we have never had a way to celebrate this addition and acknowledge anyone who's had a hand in it. This past Christmas season, we were able to invite the residents of the St. George to a special evening to celebrate the lighting of our tree and enjoy the lights, the stars, and the reindeer. So I had some pictures, but I didn't get them in time. But if you were in St. George, it was amazing this Christmas season. We had around 300 attendees, including many of you here on council tonight. We were able to enjoy live music, hot chocolate, and roasted marshmallows while we counted down to the official lighting of the tree. It was especially enjoyable to watch the young children that were able to enjoy this part of the Christmas season. I just wanted to take tonight a few minutes just especially thank the County of Brant, because without you, we would not have been able to have this possible. For those of you who aren't aware, there's a downtown beautification project that's initiated by the county, and we were able to make use of the dollars that were allocated to the St. George Village to make these projects happen. And we've got a lot of positive feedback over that. In part of it was also in correlation to the new parking lot that has been put in this past summer in St. George. Snowball Park, where the lights were, is directly adjacent to it. So having people be able to come park and enjoy more of our downtown has definitely been a benefit to our business community. And we as a St. George Business Association want to thank you, the county, for keeping us in your considerations as we continue to grow business in and around the village of St. George. So thank you so much for all your support.
Thank you, Heidi. And just to let everyone know, Heidi was on top of that project long before it happened. We talked about it long before I was the mayor, when I was part of the BIA too. So thank you for not giving up on us. Are there any questions to Heidi about the project in St. George? Seeing none, thank you for all you do for the village too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Can I get a motion to receive, please, as information? Councillor Pierce and Councillor Kyle. Thank you. All those in favor to receive? Thank you. Chris Howell, you're here from the Burford Agricultural Society. And again, Chris, if you could just give us your full name and who you represent for the clerk.
So good evening, I'm Chris Howell, and I'm here today on behalf of the Burford Egg Society. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. and Mrs. Councilors. It's always a pleasure to appear before council on behalf of the Egg Society. And I'm here today to bring you folks an update as to what's going on, what's happened, and where we're going with the Burford Egg Society. And so before we get there, it's really important to just take a step back and understand a little bit about technical challenges. Right. So before we get there, it's just a little bit. It's important to take a step back and realize, where the Burford Egg Society has come from. The Burford Egg Society is older, is an organization older than the country of Canada. We were formed in 1858. And we moved to our current location in Burford in 1893. And we've had a long history of, doing construction projects at the fairgrounds and other things to, support not only the fair, but the agriculture community at large. We had a hog barn, we've had horse barns, we've had horse racing, we've had everything like this. And, it's important to take a step back and understand when we're talking about agriculture societies that when you go to fair, when the general public goes to fairs, across the province of Ontario, something's a little bit different about Paris and Burford. And what's different is that a lot of these fairs that you go to, be it Drumbo or Rockton or what have you, they don't necessarily own their fairgrounds, whereas Paris and Burford do. And so that makes Paris and Burford, but specifically I'm talking about Burford tonight, a little bit unique because, not only do we put on a fall fair, but we have the pleasure and hard work of managing a business of the fairgrounds for 365 days a year, strictly with a core group of volunteers. And so, lately, the Burford Fair itself, which is our signature event, has never really fully recovered after COVID. And the reason for this, there's a number of reasons for that. And, one of the biggest reasons is, Homnix, who was our premier ride provider, they retired in 2020. And the general public just hasn't enjoyed the Midway and other things as they've been presented as we come in. But fairs are a lot more than just midways and concerts and everything like this. As I was getting ready for today, I thought back, what was the fair like in 1893? And you'll see down there in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see, a picture of the fairgrounds where, it was just a community coming out to really truly celebrate, farm agricultural and farms and families and everything like that. Now, mind you, in 1893, it probably took you a day to get from Harley to Burford. So we really wanted to make the best that you could do when you got there. However, as time's gone on, people have grown up and the farming community has changed. We're no longer 60-acre, 100-acre family farms. We moved to industrial farms and what have you. And this is what people think of fairs today. They think of, Ferris wheels, big concerts, and everything like this. But if we come back to, what a fair and the fall fair was really meant about, my question to the community today is, are concerts and Ferris wheels and midways, are they really the agriculture of today, or is there still a need for a fall fair put on by these agriculture societies? And in line with that, I get lots of comments. I hear it all the time on the fairgrounds, leading up to fairgrounds. Why can't we have concerts like Paris? Why can't we have the Midway of Rockton? Why can't we have more events like Norfolk? And when you step back and you compare how these other organizations and cities and metropolitan areas have grown, Paris has got 14,000 people. Simcoe Norfolk's got 16. Rockton's got 1 million. And Burford's, still left according to the 2021 census with about 1,000 people. So when you have 14 to 16 times the population base, you have 16 times the businesses that donate. You have 16 times the public members that are going to come out and donate. So the fact of the matter is Burford is running a fair on a shoestring budget, and we're doing the best that we can with the help of several grants from the council and from the community, several donors at large. So we can't sit back and rest on our laurels. So where are we going from here? The Burford Ag Society has recognized that, there's a traditional shift happening between farming and rural life. And we realize that everyone moves to Burford and Brant for a reason, from outside of, the big metropolitans of Hamilton, Toronto, and what have you, Kitchener-Waterloo even. And so the Burford Agriculture Society is actually shifting their focus to go away from traditional farming and starting to support, more rural life activities, homesteading, chickens, gardening, animal husbandry that people are really moving into and want to embrace out in the county, and why they move to the county purposes as a whole. In addition to this, to support the Burford Fair, the Agriculture Society has taken on a number of events, and we're bringing in more events throughout the non-fair times to raise money to support the fair, to make up for that deficit in donations and that deficit in population base, so that we can keep our fair relevant. A couple things that we've done this year is we started a Burford Cornhole Club, which is currently running. So we've got 65 members out. First time we're doing that for 12 weeks. We've attracted, and I'm shamefully sad to say, we've stolen the Special Olympics truck and tractor pull from Woodstock. But that's going to be coming out. We have the Ontario Tractor Pulling Associations coming out in July to put on a tractor pull. And additionally, we're continuing to run some of our down home country events that make the Ag Society relevant. Fish fries. We have the International Jack Russells, the flea market, Billy Bash, and Pumpkin Smash demolition derbies. For those of you that don't know, Burford Fair holds the biggest demolition derby in Canada by car count, both on Billy Bash weekend and Pumpkin Smash. Billy Bash happens in July, and we had 150 cars out. At Pumpkin Smash, we had 186 cars out. So we were doing a whole lot of destruction all night long. And as we focus on 2025, as I said earlier, we just had our AGM last week, and we could have done this all there, but we don't think anybody wanted to get up at 9 a.m. and meet us there. But what we've done is we've voted to move the fair to a different weekend in 2026. So 2026, we've broken 185 years of tradition, with one lone dissenter being Mr. Chambers. So for 2026, the Fall Fair is going to occur the weekend before Thanksgiving weekend. And we're condensing down to a 2.5-day fair. and we're looking to move away from the traditional midway and trying to drive community membership and events such as more demolition derbies, ATV pulls, more things to incorporate the community, and bring in more agricultural shows, whether it be cattle, sheep, horses, to really bring the Burford Agriculture Fair back to being, if it can't be a true agricultural fair, as close as we can get to it. And all of this isn't possible without the continued support both from Brant County, which we're entirely grateful for, and from the existing community and community donor base that we have. So, in closing, 2025 is going to be a transformational year for the Burford Fair, as we shrink to 2 days this year, and move to a new year in 2026. And we're actually starting to work with, education of new Canadians, in educating them in rural life through programs, clinics, etc. And we're trying to build a fair that's more representative of the demographical needs and wants of people living in rural life in Brant and Burford going forward. And that really brings out, the education of rural life and activities. So I thank you for your time. And that's what the future of the fair is going to look like for, at least the next 2 or 3 years. And it should be I'm excited to see what it looks like when we're done our transformational time.
Thank you for your presentation. Does council have any questions to the delegation? Councilor Miller, you're first.
Yeah, just one question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Through you to Chris. Chris, one of the activities that's run there at the ag grounds that kind of supports the vision that you laid out for maybe which way you go is Bite of Brant, right?
Yes.
And I think that's a good activity. But I want to ask you, because this year I didn't see as many school art projects and stuff. I seen a few, but not as many as I used to. So, is the Ag Society still working with the schools to get those in there, and then they come out, and the parents come out and see their child's art?
I didn't plant this question because I'm meeting with the principal of Burford District tomorrow to discuss this exact topic. And I think one of the challenges has been that, teachers have viewed participating in the fair as extra work and extra assignments that don't align with the curriculum. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get in there early this year meet with the schools and say, listen, if you've got a creative writing assignment for grade 3s that they have to do anyway, why not grade it and put it in the Burford Fair? Let's figure out a way to make your creative writing align with what we're looking for at the Burford Fair. If you've got an art project that your students are going to do anyway, then let's get it involved in the Burford Fair rather than saying, oh, teachers, you've done your art. Now, please come and get your students to do another art project on top of that. So, one very good point. It was down, I will admit that, and we're looking to rectify that by talking with school administration. I'm meeting with Burford District tomorrow and Blessed Sacrament the following week.
Okay, thank you. And great minds think alike. Because we want them to come this year, but we also want them to come 25 years from now, 50 years from now. So this is where you have to do it. So great. Glad to hear you're doing that.
Councilor Chambers?
Just along the same vein, schools are important. I am a former winner of the grade 1 printing contest, and I still have the red ribbon going back a few years ago, but 1894. But that's not what I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that I was the only one at the annual meeting to vote against changing the date, and I still am going to require you to remind me next year of the change in date. So hopefully you can do that.
All right. If you cut a big enough check for donations, we'll remind you every day of the year.
Thank you. My only question, how big is your hospital? How big is your fair board?
Our fair board is actually growing under my leadership, which is, I take it for a good or bad thing. But when I took over as president about 5 years ago, our fair board had 8 members on it. Going into the 2025 AGM, we were at 15, and we've just elected 2 more, so we're up to 17 members. Our constitution allows for a maximum of 24. Which is, and I'm just going to steal the question for a minute. I mean, having a fair board is great. In addition to fair board, we need people that want to come out and volunteer to help too. So if anybody in this room is looking for something to do on a Saturday, we've got lots of grass to cut, and we'll take any volunteer that we can get.
That's great. Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a comment to you, Chris. I just wanted to say that when we hear anecdotally about a lot of other fair boards around that are pivoting away from the rural and the agricultural part of what makes the ag societies and the fairs great and that history and tradition, it's really nice to see that Burford is pivoting to embracing the people that are coming in and trying to figure out how we can entice them with some of those rural things while keeping some of the traditional agricultural stuff. So good. I'm very appreciative of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Gina, yeah, thank you for what you're doing, and I think you've got the right idea going.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. I need someone to move this delegation, please, for information. Councillor Oakley and Councillor Kyle. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Takes us to 5.4 on the agenda, which is Penny McVicker, Victim Services of Brant. Take your time, Penny. And again, just your name and who you represent, please, for the clerk.
Penny McVicker, and I'm the Executive Director of Victim Services of Brant.
Thank you.
Okay, where is the... I just wanted to talk a little bit about our historical context with Victim Services and how the funding that we received, the $35,573 last year, how that has improved our relationship with Victim Services in Brant and the Brant County OPP, as well as victims that we work with within the County of Brant. So just to give you a little bit of an idea, pre-COVID, 2018 to 2019, we had 86 referrals, separate referrals from the Brant County OPP to respond to incidents in the county. Then we ran into COVID, which had a major impact on our services as well as a lot of other services across the county. We were still responding and working full time, but we had to do things mostly remotely. And over the next 2 years following COVID, we really were working hard to making sure that we were providing as much support as we could to victims in the city and in the county, and to coordinate with our coordination with the OPP was hindered because of the COVID restrictions. And then we started trying to rebuild. In 2023 to 2024, we had a victim services grant in partnership with the Brant County OPP. And part of that grant was to rebuild our presence at the Brant County OPP detachment. It gave us funding for 3 staff days a week at the detachment for that 1-year period. And it directly improved access to services for victims of gender-based violence. It also helped us to reestablish connections and services in the county. And in March of 2024, the grant allowed us to provide a youth symposium for grade 8 students. And that was on sextation, internet luring, and intimate partner violence. And it was really well received by the students that were there, and it was a fantastic day, and I think that they got a lot out of it, and I certainly enjoyed being there that day. So we got the grant from the county to allow us to be able to continue to have a staff member 3 days a week at the Brant County OPP. And some of the benefits of that are that victims can attend and meet with staff directly at the OPP detachment. If we go on scene, we usually have police officers there that ensure our safety, but after that, we have to meet with victims at a safe location. And if we didn't have that space at the OPP, then we would probably have to ask victims to come to meet with us in Brantford, and we don't want to put that additional burden on victims. We want to be able to be where they are. So we are in a position now where we do have a number of victims that are coming in and meeting with staff directly at the OPP detachment. The second thing is it enables the OPP officers to come in and meet with staff and discuss concerns that they may have about specific incidents that they've referred to us. Things that, they might not have put into the online report that they send us, or, concerns that they might have or things that they might want us to look into. And the other thing is when officers are taking a statement, they can walk the victim directly into our office to meet with victim services once they have completed their statement with police, which I think is also very important. It just provides a seamless service for the victims. So from April 24th to October 24th, which is a 7-month period, we had 169 total calls referred to us. I think by the end of the year, we'll probably be somewhere between 250 and 300 calls this year, which I think you can see is a dramatic improvement from the 2018-2019 calls for service. Of those, 56.8% were intimate partner violence. Criminal harassment accounted for 5.4%, and criminal harassment very often is in most instances, it's related to intimate partner violence, but it's more like harassing phone calls, threats, those types of things, driving by houses on a regular basis, to watch and beset the individual, the victim. We had 1% of calls for sexual violence. Child abuse was 4.5% of the calls, and child abuse, the way our ministry has us stat that if the victim is under 18 years of age, it doesn't matter what the crime is, it goes under child abuse. So if it's intimate partner violence, the victim's under 18, it's child abuse. Sexual assault, the victim's under 18, it's child abuse. Internet luring, the victim's under 18, it's child abuse. So that just gives you kind of an idea. So looking at this in total, 68% of the calls that we responded to in that 7-month period were gender-based violence related. Now, we also have other crime that we respond to, as well as tragic circumstances. And one of the things that I have found disturbing in this past year, period, in regards to the tragic circumstance, and tragic circumstance includes like fire, sudden death, personal crisis. It also includes suicide. And we found in a number of the times that we've been responding to these suicides that in talking to the family and friends of the deceased, we find that there's been a history of intimate partner violence or a history of coercive control that's been involved. And I think that, oftentimes that isn't recognized as sometimes a cause or one of the contributing factors to a suicide. So we have our VQRP program, and that's a program that's funded by the Ministry of Community, Children, and Social Services. And that provides us the ability to provide immediate financial assistance to eligible types of crime, and intimate partner violence would definitely, gender-based violence falls under that. And this is money that we have put out through our Victim Quick Response Program to victims in the county. We put out $11,000 towards counseling in that period. Meals and groceries, oftentimes, especially with intimate partner violence, the offender may well be the primary breadwinner, and there might be concerns about how they're going to, get groceries for their kids. Is he going to continue to give them money for those types of necessities? So $480 for groceries. Transportation to safety, sometimes, it might be a taxi, but sometimes it might be that they are wanting to relocate somewhere else in the province for safety, or sometimes it might be out of the province, and we can fund that. We also fund moving vans for somebody that is relocating for safety. Cellular phones and minutes, we had $181 in cell phones and minutes. Oftentimes in intimate partner violence, the cell phone is the first target, because as soon as they disable the cell phone, then the victim can't call for help. Storage, when people are relocating, they oftentimes, like, let's say they're going to the shelter, or they might be going to move in with a family or friend. So we help them with the storage costs so that they can safely get their things out and get to a safe location to start to rebuild their lives. We also fund safety, which is combined safety. That's things like lock changes for safety, so that they have a lock that their partner doesn't have a key to. It might be providing them things like a web camera for safety, to see what's going on, or if they're, that somebody's lurking around their house. Solar activated motion lights for outside. It might be things like security bars for things like patio doors. It might be window and door alarms. It can be a number of different things that help them with their safety. So from April to December of 2024, we put out $16,092 towards victims in the county that needed those immediate safety supports and services. In addition to that, Victim Services runs what's called the Alert Program. The Alert Program is funded by the Brant United Way, and it is to provide personal safety devices to victims are victims of intimate partner violence and have reported to the police. There's been charges, but they continue to be at high risk for ongoing violence. And this is people that are a high risk for lethality. At this past year, we had 4 applications from the county that were approved for the Alert Program, and we have a total of 7 currently on the Alert Program in the county. And the Alert Program is offered in partnership with the Brant County OPP. Victim Services takes the application. We then forward the information to the OPP Domestic Violence Coordinator. They review it, and they then notify us if the individual has been approved or not. So that's a really important program that is there to try and keep those very, very high-risk victims safe, because they can't always stay in the shelter forever, and they can't, stay with family and friends forever. Then they oftentimes have to work, they have to take their kids to school, but they continue to be at high risk. So in October, we submitted a grant to the Ontario Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, and part of that grant was submitted in partnership with the County of Brant and the Brant County OPP. What we applied for was to have 1 staff day a week in Burford and 1 staff day a week in St. George. And the idea of that is to help improve rural access to services for those people that live in both sides of the county that, they still have a long distance to go to get into the OPP detachment to receive services. So we want to make it available for them closer to home, for people like in Scotland, places like that. And the residents in Burford, to just make it easier for them to get the services that we have to offer. So that's the end of my presentation, if anybody has any questions.
Thanks, Penny. Does anyone have any questions to the delegation? Lucas, Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the delegation. So, to be clear, from your presentation, so you received funding in March of 2024 from the county, or from the motion that passed at that time, and you'd be looking for potential continuation of that funding.
Continuation of that funding,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you very much.
So that we can continue to provide the same services.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Penny.
Oh, did you have something
Oh.
else?
Lucas, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm waiting to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Penny? No? Okay, Lucas, if you want to make your motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could receive this as information and refer the request to our budget process.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Kyle? Comments, questions? On the floor, it has a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Penny.
Thank you.
Drive carefully, John. It's slick out there. Okay, the next, now 5.3 has been taken off the agenda tonight, Mr. Hunter, and Penny, and next is Natasha for Nova Vita.
Are we ready? Yeah, we're good. All right. Good evening, Mayor Bailey and County Council. My name is Natasha Dobler, and I am the Executive Director of Nova Vita Domestic Violence Prevention Services, located in Brantford, but serving both the city and the county of Brant for over 40 years. Nova Vita is dedicated to providing trauma-informed emergency shelter, outreach support, and counseling services to individuals and families experiencing abuse and homelessness, as well as counseling and intervention services for individuals who have caused harm in their relationships. And we also have an office space in the Cowan Community Health Hub. Today I'm here for 3 reasons. 1, to thank you, Council, for your support. 2, to ask for continued funding. And 3, to share a letter from a Brant County resident. First of all, thank you for having the courage to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in the county of Brant just over a year ago. To date, 96 other communities across Ontario, the federal government, the provinces of both Nova Scotia and British Columbia have made the same declaration. The Ontario provincial government has yet to do so. Thank you also for recognizing the urgent need in the county and providing critical emergency funding for a rural outreach support worker in just, In just 5 short months, your financial investment has increased Nova Vita's capacity to serve Brant County residents by 40%. Thank you for clearing the wait list in the county. Our current wait list for outreach support in Brantford is 3 months. However, because of your commitment in addressing the epidemic, there is currently no wait list for individuals living in the Brant County. This is critical, given the higher risk of domestic violence and lethality for women living in rural communities. Thank you for removing barriers so that Brant County residents who have experienced intimate partner violence have access to transitional housing support, safety planning, counseling, intensive case management, system navigation, advocacy, food security, transportation, connecting survivors to local supports, and in-person support in the community where they live. Secondly, I'm here to ask for continued funding in the amount of $80,000 to ensure this vital, life-saving program can continue to operate and serve the residents of Brant County. We understand that resources are limited, and we are grateful for the support we have received thus far. However, the need for our rural outreach worker remains urgent and ongoing. We have seen firsthand the profound impact this program has had on our community, offering hope and safety to those who may otherwise have nowhere to turn. As one client said, "It wasn't just about me. It was about my children. Where do we go? What do I do? How do I get there?" So many questions, so many unknowns. The fear, the uncertainties. How do I get there from here? How do I get there and keep us safe? Fear of the unknown. I was so overwhelmed and had no idea where to go or what to do. Reaching out to Nova Vita and connecting to my transitional support worker in the county of Brant was the day my world changed. Receiving support, being connected to resources that I didn't even realize existed, housing, consultations, food bank connections, developing a support plan, a safety plan, so many things to consider when trying to escape a domestic violence relationship. Continuing to fund this program is not only an investment in the well-being of our community members, but also a testament to Brant County's commitment to ensuring that all residents have access to essential services. It is through your support that we can continue to provide these critical services and make a difference in the lives of those most vulnerable. And finally, I want to leave you with a letter that I received today from a Brant County resident. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to share my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the incredible support and assistance I received from Nova Vita Domestic Violence Prevention Services and its programs during one of the most challenging times of my life. As a woman facing domestic violence in a rural area without any social supports of family nearby, I felt completely isolated and powerless. However, through the care, resources, and advocacy provided by Nova Vita, I was able to find safety, rebuild my confidence, and regain a sense of hope. When I was first referred to Nova Vita, I was frightened and uncertain about how to proceed. The compassionate staff immediately welcomed and supported me, offering a safe space close to home where I could process my emotions without fear or judgment. I was given a secure environment where I could focus on my physical and emotional well-being, free from the immediate dangers I had been facing. Nova Vita's programs, including counseling, were instrumental in helping me to take the next steps. The transitional support worker assigned to me was a lifeline, offering counseling and insight that helped me understand the trauma I endured and how to heal. With their guidance, I started working through the emotional scars of my experience, developed healthier coping mechanisms, and made a plan to move on with my new life. Without access to the immediate guidance, I would have felt incredibly lost and alone. The transitional worker also connected me with community resources, which were invaluable as I worked to rebuild my life. Without a social support network, I was unsure of where to turn. Thanks to Nova Vita, I was connected with local services for housing, employment, and social assistance, which allowed me to start over and work towards stability and independence without traveling further than necessary, especially as a newly single mom who was unemployed on a tight budget. Above all, what I'm most grateful for is how Nova Vita gave me my sense of self back. The organization didn't just offer me a physical place to stay where needed, it provided me with the tools and emotional support necessary to rebuild my life. The staff treated me with dignity and respect, and I never once felt alone in my journey. Today, I am proud to say that I'm on a path of healing, and I owe so much of this progress to the unwavering support from Nova Vita. They gave me the strength to take back control of my life, and I will always be thankful for the role they played in my recovery. Thank you once again to Nova Vita for everything. The work they do changes lives, and I am living proof of that. Sincerely, a Brant County resident. This is why I stand before you today, asking you to continue the funding and the relationship between Brant County and Nova Vita so that we can have more success stories like these ones in the years to come. Thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for your presentation. Does council have any questions to the presenter? Councilor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. You mentioned that wait time since this outreach workers come on has been reduced to 0, and City of Brantford's current wait list being 3 months. What was the wait list previous to this role being introduced for the county?
It would have been 3 months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Garno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick comment and then some questions. And the comment being that this is a budget request in effect, but we're not at the budget meeting. I hope that I can be indulged with some questions, because presuming this follows the same process as the preceding delegation, when we come to debate this, we won't have our representative present. So I want to ask a few questions about your process and service, but then also the information that was in the financial statements that I found online. StatsCan back in the fall put out a report that indicated that the demographic that is seeing the highest rise in reports to police for intimate partner violence, family violence, broadly speaking, is actually men and boys. Were you aware of that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, no, were you aware that StatsCan report, Statistics Canada from November actually indicated that men and boys are the demographic that's seeing the biggest increase year over year in reports to police?
Yeah, it could be true. I haven't seen that report, but yeah, absolutely. And we do provide services to men and boys.
Do you provide services to men and boys who are victims, not aggressors?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have stats on how many men are turned away from your program? Seek shelter support but are not served?
So our shelter specifically, so we do emergency shelter, and that's dictated by the provincial government in terms of the parameters, and that is for women and children and women identifying folks and non-binary folks. We do not receive funding for shelter for men, but we do receive funding through the Brant United Way in order to provide services for men who have been victims of domestic violence and are seeking support.
And then during the financial statement, and I apologize, I couldn't find a publication date, but the report says 23 to 24. I wasn't sure where your fiscal year, and I note there's $166,982 as a surplus. Where does that go? How does the organization address that?
So any surplus that we would have would go into reserves for, tornado taking off the roof of our shelter, or any major repairs like that.
Well, I would hope you would have insurance through you, Mr. Mayor, for that. The other question I wanted to ask is, year over year, I notice you have $120,000 decrease in donations, but your cost in fundraising had gone up. Do you have observations on that?
No, I'd have to look at that. I know that fundraising is difficult, and that's why we are coming to the county so that we have stabilized funding so that we don't have to rely on golf tournaments in order to provide essential services.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Natasha. Natasha, does Nova Vita get any funding from the province?
Yes, we do. That's our major funder.
And have you had any increases from the province?
We have had increases, but they haven't met any of the inflation costs over the years.
Other questions to the presenter? Seeing none, I'd like to have a motion. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to receive this information and refer this onto our budget. Refer the request onto our budget process.
Councillor Oakley seeking a seconder. Councillor McAlpine? Okay, everyone's clear. Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you for what you do. 5.6 is Joanna Brant from the Sexual Assault Center of Brant.
Hello, good evening. My name is Joanna Brant, and I'm the Executive Director at the Sexual Assault Centre of Brant. Bystander intervention expert and author of the book Resilience is Futile, Julie Lalonde, once told a room about this big, comprised of rape crisis centre workers, that you will ruin a lot of dinner parties. And apart from the fact that that was pre-COVID and now no one has dinner parties anymore, that statement has held truth for me. When you're a survivor of sexual violence or a worker in the anti-violence sector, or someone committed to social justice, you confront realities that other people can avoid. Sometimes you must speak out. The sexist joke at the office Christmas party, the idolization of a public figure who is known to have caused sexual harm, the promotion of rape myths in daily life are not topics that we can avoid. The last time I stood before council, I was very tired. My co-workers were very tired. My colleagues from the other anti-violence organizations were very tired. And a sense of hopelessness was threatening to sap the last of our energy. We had a huge wait list. Folks receiving service were waiting too long between scheduled appointments for their sessions, and we were not effectively fulfilling our mandate of creating healing and change. Brant County residents were adversely impacted as a result. And then I came before council, we all did, to talk about the dire implications of not moving incisively towards not only declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic, but also funding the work. It was a big deal for all of the advocates who brought forward their delegations when the County of Brant declared that IPV had reached a state of emergency. And it was an even bigger deal when we were given the funding allowing us to effectively address the needs of survivors in Brant County. I'm sure my colleagues at Nova Vito, Willowbridge, and Victim Services will agree that it's been a journey. There are always challenges associated with recruitment and hiring and orientation, creating new programming, expanding new ones, dealing with the promotion of those programs in ethical ways when the long-term funding isn't guaranteed. But in addition to making a plea for ongoing funding, I'm here tonight to share some good news with you and to appreciate what you did. SAC also no longer has a wait list. If you were to call or message or text or email tonight, we would have a counsellor who's immediately available to address safety concerns and set up an intake for ongoing support. And that's whether you're a youth or an adult or a person of any gender. SAC has monthly engagement events at in Burford, Paris, St. George, and Scotland. SAC can arrange for office hours in the county as needed and provide transportation for Brant County residents who would prefer the anonymity of coming to our Brantford office. Why did I write that word in? I can never say it. 9 youth, which seems like a small number, have already engaged with service. But the thing that's really fascinating about this report period is that those counselling services have been accessed by 21 adults who are engaged in supporting youth who either have survived sexual violence, but also, almost more meaningfully, youth who are at risk of sexual violence. So there's a caring adult in the world of these Brant County residents' youth who is trying to show up for them and make a difference, and accessing ongoing support to further that endeavour, which I think is really worthwhile. We have doubled the service engagement with adults, and because of these ongoing supports, the crisis line usage of Brant County residents has also been more manageable for us. So a little bit paradoxically, an increase in funding has resulted in a decrease in calls to our crisis line. But the clue is in the name with the crisis line. That's kind of what we want to see. We don't necessarily want to build a community where people's only access to supports is in the moment when they're toast to the bridge. We want to be able to back that support up and make sure it's accessible to people in an ongoing way. So also super exciting for us is because our core services have stabilized, we've been able to promote our work in the community again. So I don't know if anybody remembers, but we had actually called kind of a hiatus on promoting our services because we couldn't in good conscience promote a service that would have a wait list of over a year associated with it. So Now we're in a situation where we can get back to having outward-facing messaging and be more public about the services that are available, so that every survivor in the county of Brant gets the message that they deserve support and that compassionate expert support is immediately available. When you have come forward and you finally found the courage, or when something catastrophic has happened, when you make that disclosure of having incurred sexual harm, it is never acceptable to be told that we will call you back at a future undesignated point when services become available. So me and my team are profoundly grateful that we no longer have to give that message to people calling in. And this is just the beginning. So I really wanted to celebrate this moment with y'all. We're in the middle of a very dark season and we all need a win. So survivors supported, community connected, anti-violence work promoted are some significant wins for this community. I also want to appeal to you for the funds to continue the work so that we can build on the momentum that we've gained. And once again, SAC is asking for funding under 3 different pockets: one to create healing-based engagement for youth, another to provide the parallel service for adults, and the third to sustain and manage the last phase of our internal crisis line review and implement the recommendations of the provincial crisis line review, which should be coming out at the end of this funding year. So to recapitulate, I'm requesting that the County of Brant continues to fund local agencies who are providing services to survivors of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence in recognition of the declaration made by the municipality that intimate partner violence is an epidemic in Brant County, namely Nova Vita, Willowbridge, Victim Services, and of course SAC Brant. Specifically, that ongoing funding be provided to the Sexual Assault Centre to provide counselling and crisis line service. If that is commensurate with the funding provided in the last budget, that would constitute approximately $90,000, divided approximately equally between those 3 programs that I just referenced. Thank you for your consideration of our request, and thank you to all of the work from Brant County staff and council members to date. In the meantime, I hope you will join me in ruining dinner parties as we refuse to ignore intimate partner violence in Brant County.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Does council have any questions to the delegation presenter? Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the delegation, you mentioned the wait time reduced from over 12 months to 0, and I believe in the briefing note that council received back in December that your intake appointments were down to under 14 days. Could you tell me the associated risk factors for the community if funding were not to continue and wait times were to go back up to the previous level?
I really appreciate that question because managing our wait list has been an incredible burden for our organisation over the past 12 months. We've been in operation for 30 years and we have never had a wait list before. So one of the things that we identify is that if somebody doesn't have their needs responded to within 14 days, there's a 40% chance that they'll no longer be contactable or interested in service when we are able to reach out to them. So many of those people we do see again, ultimately, that it's often after further harm has occurred or they've had further deleterious impacts because of the trauma that they've sustained that they haven't been effectively responded to on. So one of the dynamics that we were seeing was our crisis line was building, waitlist, was building and building and building in the previous fiscal period. But once we finally got to reach out to somebody, even though we've been in ongoing contact with them, and say, your name is at the top of the wait list, we weren't necessarily able to engage them at that point. And the range of harms that they had incurred in that 12-month period was actually really harrowing. So one of the risk factors for workers in our sector is also the constant exposure to the possibility of lethal harm for one of your clients. So, managing that wait list in an ethical way, which provided ongoing safety planning, but was devoid of that ongoing committed support, was a really difficult thing to manage, and we're really committed to not facing that situation again in the future.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment to the delegation. I really want to commend the Sexual Assault Center for recognizing that we are the County of Brant in a diverse geographical community that we received from staff in December, but also tonight you've highlighted how you've really made an effort to get out to our rural communities. And as someone who represents a community that arguably is closer to Brantford than Paris, St. George, or Burford, I do still appreciate that you're getting out to where our folks are. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments to the delegation? Well, thank you for what you do. It's a very strange time in history right now. The world is very unsettled. It's very stressful, and I can just imagine being in need of something and not being able to know how to find it, or getting help immediately when you need it. It's troubling to think that it's that bad out there. But thank you for what you do, and I'm looking for a motion, Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to receive the presentation as information and refer the request onto our budget process.
Seeking a second, Councillor Bell. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Thank you. Takes us to 5.7, which is Vicky Hartman from Willowbridge.
Wonderful. Good evening, folks. Can folks hear me okay? I'm hoping everyone can hear me all right.
I see
I'm
you.
sorry.
I hear you.
Sorry?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Perfect. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight with everybody, but thank you, Mayor Bailey, councillors, and esteemed members of the County of Brant Council for the opportunity to speak as a delegate tonight. My name is Vicky, and I am the Manager of Counseling Services at Willowbridge Community Services. And my goal in the next few minutes is to really illuminate the profound impact of your funding and to highlight how your advocacy has really supported Willowbridge in responding to a crisis that's gripping our province, which is, of course, gender-based violence, or GBV. So while GBV is occurring at alarming rates across Ontario, it is certainly not a distant problem. It is happening, as my fellow partners who've spoken already can attest to, it is happening right here in our community. It affects our neighborhoods, our workplaces, our schools, our places of worship, and our recreational facilities. Last year, around this time, your generous funding of about $60,315 enabled Willowbridge to expand our services through a variety of really innovative and client-centered means, which have made a significant impact for Brant County residents affected by gender-based violence. Since the start of April 2024, so April 1st, 2024, Willowbridge has been able to hire a 0.6 FTE therapist, offer a combination of both single session and ongoing counseling services out of the Cowan Community Hub in Paris on a weekly basis, where folks have described that place as welcoming, healing, and accessible. Been able to reduce our wait lists for individual and experiencing violence by 33% since April 1st. We have served 50 Brant County residents between April and December 2024, and we anticipate serving 94 individuals total by the end of this fiscal year. So while these numbers are certainly a testament to our progress, it is the powerful personal stories from our clients, Brant County residents, that truly reflect our collective commitment to ending gender-based violence. I know this because I'm the manager of counseling services, and I have the privilege of hearing and witnessing these stories every day. So I want to take a quick minute to tell you about one of those powerful stories. Really briefly, Sarah is a single mother who fled war from a war-torn country with her 2 children, both under 15, to seek safety and build a new life here in Canada. They arrived carrying immense trauma, compounded by language barriers, transportation challenges, and the isolation of starting over in a new country. Without your funding, Sarah and her children would have faced a long wait list for our ministry-funded $0 counseling services, which are already under tremendous strain due to the rise in gender-based violence across the province. But because of your support, we were able to move Sarah and her children off of our waitlist and into service in their highest moment of need. Each family member received individualized counseling. Sarah worked on her own healing of trauma, building a sense of safety and finding a supportive community free of violence. Meanwhile, her children learned how to process their experiences and build healthier relationships. By addressing their needs individually, the counseling also strengthened them as a family unit. Today, we're proud to say that Sarah and her children are thriving. They're connected, they're resilient, and they have hope for a better future. I want you to know that your funding did not just shorten our waitlist, it transformed lives. But that work isn't done. So in addition to the tremendous impact your support has had locally, Willow Branch has taken ambitious steps to expand our services province-wide. This year, we submitted a $2.5 million provincial grant proposal to develop a gender-based violence prevention program specifically tailored for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This initiative builds upon our existing work, which is currently supported by the Canadian Women's Foundation, Nipissing University, and Community Living Six Nations. Our proposed expansion will focus on developing comprehensive educational resources and videos, training developmental service and gender-based violence professionals, and piloting prevention programs across Ontario in collaboration with 22 partners, including universities and service providers. Your continued investment in our local effort strengthens our ability to contribute to these larger provincial initiatives and reinforces Brant County's leadership in fostering safety and inclusivity for all. Beyond financial contributions, we are also so grateful for the invaluable in-kind support provided by the county. In July of 2024, the Public Transportation Supervisor with the Strategic Initiatives Department of Brant County reached out to us to set up complimentary travel with Brant Transit. This partnership, which Sarah and her family benefited from, enabled us to offer crisis transportation services to those in urgent need. This looked like same-day bookings, which was a service that is not available to the general public, no-cost rides for clients facing transportation barriers, and an enhanced booking portal accessible by Willowbridge staff, ensuring immediate support was available when needed. Reliable, safe, and free transportation is a real barrier to many of our clients, and we greatly appreciate the county's efforts in removing this barrier for folks to access counseling services as part of their healing journey. With all that said, and all that great work that's been done, there is still a need for continued support. While we've made tremendous progress together, the demand for gender-based violence services continues to grow at an alarming rate. Financial instability, the ongoing affordability crisis, and a lack of access to safe housing remain critical barriers for individuals seeking to escape abusive and violent situations. These challenges underscore the urgent need for sustained support to ensure survivors are not left without the help that they desperately need. Your continued partnership is vital in those efforts. Today, I respectfully request $50,000 in funding for the 2025 fiscal year. This critical investment will enable Willowbridge to sustain a 0.5 FTE therapist at the Paris-Cowan Hub, serve approximately 33 individuals annually, specifically Brant County residents, in addition to also meeting our ministry targets for women and children experiencing violence in Brantford and Brant. We will continue to offer flexible service hours, including evening appointments, and ensure survivors have access to timely, professional, and compassionate support that fosters healing and a path to safety. This funding is not just an investment in services, it's an investment in hope, safety, and a brighter future for the individuals and families in our community who need it most. So in conclusion, your partnership is making tangible differences in the lives of Brant County residents. By investing in counseling and support services, you are helping to create a safer, healthier community where survivors of gender-based violence can find hope and healing, like Sarah and her young children. On behalf of Willowbridge Community Services, our dedicated team, some of whom are online tonight supporting this message and thanking you as well, and the individuals and families we serve, I extend my deepest appreciation for your past and present support. I look forward to continuing our collaboration and building an even stronger support system for those in need.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. Does council have any questions to the delegation? Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the delegation. I'm just curious in regards to the reduction from 0.6 FT therapist to 0.5 in this year's request. And just noting that if my understanding is correct, based on the information we got previously, you're anticipating serving 94 residents this year, and that's more than doubled your the residents you would have otherwise expected to serve without funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And sorry, just to follow up on just a clarification on why the decrease in last year the funding fulfilled 0.6 FT of a therapist, and this year your request is 0.5. I'm just curious on the reason behind the reduction there.
Sure. The reduction is around the allocation of the therapist time and availability, and we will probably look at securing that higher once we can get an idea of the allocation of a 0.5 and another 0.5 and split that therapist in half to serve half Brant County and half Brantford.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions to the delegation? Seeing none, I'm going to seek a mover. Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to receive the presentation's information and to refer the request onto our budget process.
Looking for a seconder for Councillor Oakley. Councillor Pierce. Everyone's clear. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you up there. Takes us to 5.8, Fred and Marilyn from the Public Library Board. And again, when you get here, if you could just give us your full names, please, and obviously who you represent, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey and Council. It's a real privilege and honor to be here tonight. My name is Fred Gladding. I am Chair of the County of Brant Public Library Board.
And I'm Marilyn Sewell, and I'm the Vice Chair.
I'm just going to take a moment for the benefit of perhaps our slightly larger and wider audience tonight. Marilyn and I are members of the Library Board, the County of Brant Public Library Board, which is appointed at the start of each cycle of the council, by the council. They give us the task to govern all aspects of the library service. And as a board, it's our goal to ensure that the citizens of the County of Brant get good quality library service. So that's why we are here. That's who we are. That's why we're here. And I'm going to turn it over to Marilyn.
Thank you, Fred. We are here tonight on behalf of the Library Board to ask you to approve the county staff recommendation to award the construction tender for the new central branch at the Bucket Center. We want to tell you what the new central branch library represents to us. But first, we want to say thank you. At so many points in this journey, the Library Board has felt Council's support. From the very beginning, back in 2016, when we first presented to you the needs assessment for a new main branch, Council was supportive. Council members regularly showed up at the many community consultation sessions we hosted. We have always been aware that Council wants the best possible outcome for county library services, which is why when the county came to us in 2021 and asked the library to consider using the Bucket Center as the location for our new main branch, without hesitation, we said yes. Okay, there was a little hesitation, only because we recognized the enormity of what we were taking on. A national historic site is no small thing to be responsible for. But in the next heartbeat, we were filled with excitement for the possibilities and opportunities, not only for us, but for the entire community that would result from this significant investment. The new central branch at the Bucket Center embodies Council's own vision for the County of Brant to be a charming, prosperous, and inclusive community. We have made it green and sustainable in support of the county's strategic goal to be a leader in environmental sustainability. This library will be the first certified net zero carbon National Historic Site in Canada. To support the county's arts, culture, and heritage strategy, the new library restores a beautiful piece of built heritage, the Bucket Center, and it expands space, literally and figuratively, for arts and culture in the community. In 2024, the library presented or partnered on 782 individual programs. We cannot wait to see what our creative community dreams up in a place as beautiful as the historic Opera Hall. The library's goals for inclusion, accessibility, and safety naturally align with the county's. The new central branch represents a huge step forward in accessibility for the library. Finally, we will have a public space that delivers on our commitment to be barrier-free and physically welcoming to all. We believe that everyone belongs here and have made it our mission to ensure that every resident of Brant County feels that sense of belonging. This project is also an opportunity to effect real, meaningful reconciliation with our Indigenous neighbors. The new library incorporates and provides space for Indigenous programs, arts, and events. Consultation with Six Nations informed design elements like the outdoor program space and landscaping featuring native plantings. We are transforming an artifact of our colonial history into a place of teaching, learning, and conversation.
This new library supports an innovative and prosperous community. It goes far beyond the traditional sense of book literacy. It's 21st century library service that fosters digital literacy, cultural literacy, food literacy, social literacy. The new central library will be equipped to help residents learn and explore, discover, create, build networks and community with their neighbors. We mentioned earlier that this is the culmination of many years of work. As council knows all too well, a project like this doesn't spring up overnight. Marilyn referenced back to 2016 anyway. As a member of the library board myself, I would like to really express how grateful I was to work, as all of us on the library board, to work with the steering committee, the Bucket Heritage Committee that was incorporated to steer the project and commissioned by council. Their collaboration and invaluable insights to the evolution of the design for the building couldn't be replaced. And I really value the people I met and got to know. We are grateful also to the architecture and engineering teams that have been with us working away at this project. The current design and the way it's been refined has really gotten us to the most cost-effective iteration of the approved design that's possible. We are grateful, Marilyn and I, as we always are, to the library staff who were involved in all that work, who were generous with their input and patience and time, and trusting that their efforts and end result would reflect their own hopes and dreams, and that especially for the place where they work and serve and fulfill the promise of modern library service. We are also grateful to the wider community who showed up time and time again to our open houses, our design workshops, and consultation meetings to give their feedback. We were heartened by the number of individuals who said they are ready to donate to this project as soon as we get this final green light. Libraries build community. In our case, a community of supporters are eager to help with this library. That momentum, combined with council's support, is what got us to this place tonight. Like you, we believe in a county of Brant where every resident feels a sense of belonging and has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for placing your trust in the County of Brant Public Library Board. We have worked to serve the community's best interests. We now place our trust back in you to see it through to the next step.
Thank you, Fred. Does council have any questions to the delegation, Fred or Marilyn? Councillor McAlpine?
Some people might not be aware, but there's been a number of other choices or locations that we looked at before we settled on the Bucket Center. Could you elaborate on that maybe a bit?
Yeah, I was chair of that committee back in 2016 when the first public consultation was in the spring of 2017. And at that point in time, we looked at all the county land that was available that we might put a library on. And there was 5 or 6 at that time that we looked at. And through our community consultations, what people told us then is they wanted the library to remain in the downtown. I think people could see, downtown, whatever that scope is. I think people could see Paris North, Paris South, and felt that if public institutions don't stay in a downtown, that a downtown quickly loses its character. So that's what took us to our first decision point was to be at a revamped SIL-AP Center. But I do want to back up and say that one of the tenets of our work was that we were going to be flexible and nimble. And you've heard me say that word before in council. And so when we settled on that as our focus, as we were working towards working that through, it became known to us that there was going to be a downtown master plan come through. And so as we worked for that plan to come through and realized that in our first round of consultations, the OPP or the police station wasn't on the table at that point in time. It then became on the table. And we said, well, that might be a better spot for where we want to be. And we were in the process of thinking of that as a community hub and what would it look like when we got the invitation in 2021 from the county to say, basically, we have a heritage building that we need to manage. You need a new library. Why don't we put the two together? And that's where we ended up being where we are today.
Any other questions to Marilyn or to Fred? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to receive this information. Councillor Coleman and Councillor Kyle. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Which takes us to 5.9, which is Linda Bucket. Welcome back to town. Every day is a happy occasion, Linda, you know that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for calling me Linda Bucket. That was my maiden name. But I stand here today. I am Linda Schuyler, and I am representing the Bucket family. And I'm here to put our family's support behind the recommendation that the Brant County Council award the tender for the central library at the Bucket Center so that construction may commence. This project involves an elegant historic building, a vibrant concept of the future, and has the unwavering support of our family. You may recall it was 8 years ago that I stood here to announce our family gift towards this project. I'd like to explain to you why our family feels there is a natural and symbiotic relationship between a 165-year-old secular Gothic building, a state-of-the-art central public library, and our immigrant Bucket family. And the word that binds the three of these together is democracy. As we all know, there are many forces at work in the world right now that are threatening democracy as we know it. We have a rise in populist politics, a growth in divisiveness and polarization, and we are awash with multiple channels of disinformation, and in many cases, rabbit holes of lies and conspiracy theories. In this environment, our democracy can feel and might well be fragile. Since they were teenagers, my mom and dad, Jack and Joyce to you guys, had a strong sense of democracy. My parents didn't arrive at their principles from scholarly learning. They learned through lived experience. Jack and Joyce met and fell in love in London during the Blitz. When they were both turned 18, they volunteered to serve their country. Dad joined the Royal Canadian, it was the British Royal Air Force to train as a fighter pilot, and Mom enrolled in nursing school to save the wounded and the dying. They were both called to this service by a passionate desire to fight for democracy. In 1956, married with 3 children, Jack and Joyce made the decision to move to Canada. Dad had trained here during the war and was convinced that his young family would find this a land of promise and opportunity, and he was right. As we were growing up, words like democracy, respect, and dignity, along with phrases like human rights and fundamental freedoms and the responsibility to give back, were commonly heard around our dining room table. It was Mom and Dad's belief in democratic principles that led Dad to serve over 25 years as a council member and a multi-term mayor of Paris. An interesting note, when Dad's first job when we arrived here in Paris, was with Mary Maxim. The office of that company was in the building that we now know as the Bucket Center and was originally known as Paris Old Town Hall. So you see why I talked to you about things being symbiotic. So let's talk for a moment about the Paris Old Town Hall. I know that David Powell will be speaking in depth about the historic significance of this beautiful building. But I want to focus for a moment on the intent of this building, why it was built in the first place. In the 1960s, this building was constructed as the first example of Gothic architecture in North America for secular use. It was built as a municipal office, and I think this point is so important that it bears repeating. This first ever secular Gothic building in this county, in this country, was built here in Paris, Brant County, and it was built to house and facilitate the democratic process. So let's turn our attention now to the Brant County Central Library and why they are such an important player in this symbiotic democratic trifecta. In our view, public libraries are the bedrock of democracy. I can't think of any other public community building institutions that are so committed to serving people of all ages, ethnicities, economic means, religious backgrounds, and sexual orientations than our public libraries. Public libraries provide free access to books, magazines, reports, archives on far-reaching subjects that might otherwise be inaccessible. In terms of access to information, libraries are the antithesis of conspiracy rabbit holes. Modern libraries understand the need for digital resources. This means that kids without robust or any computer support at home can come to the library to do their homework. This means that those who are unhoused have a place to message with their families and can work on their resumes and job applications and requests for social assistance. This means that seniors without their own digital devices can connect with their grandkids or access crochet patterns or birdhouse designs. This also means for all citizens of Brant County, whether from Scotland, Onondaga, St. George, Burford, or all other corners of the county, regardless of their age or their background, the Bucket Center, Brant County Central Library, is for them. And as Brant County continues to grow and the population becomes more diverse, the library will offer evolving support and a sense of belonging. Like sports centers, libraries are critical community hubs. They bolster friendships and build community spirit. and most importantly, in their quiet, unassuming way, they protect freedom of speech and democracy. Indigenous teachings talk to the importance of looking 7 generations back and 7 generations forward in order to understand the present. We, as past settlers, immigrants, and colonizers, have a lot to learn from this teaching. The Balkett Center, Brant County Central Library, is a current example as to how we can embrace this Indigenous wisdom. With this project, we are engaging in the ability to combine in a meaningful way the past, the present, and the future. We can remember and respect the democratic origins of the old town hall. We can meet the diverse needs of our current Brant County residents, and we can be assured that this magnificent opportunity will support, nourish, and challenge generations to come. And so, councillors, you and your municipal government are democracy in action. You interact daily with the shopkeepers, the teachers, the law enforcers, the dog walkers, and all of your general public. You have an incredible opportunity to provide for these constituents a community hub where information is freely available, disparate ideas can be debated, and new friends can be made, not just for today, but for generations to come. I, along with all my family, including Jack and Joyce, who I know are with us in spirit today, encourage you to award the tender for the construction of the Brant County Central Library at the Balkett Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for coming home to speak to us. Does council have any questions for the delegation? I'm not sure there's anything to say. Anyway, thank you for coming. I'm looking for a motion to receive delegation. Councillor Pierce and Councillor McAlpine. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Which takes us to 5.10, which is Mr. David Powell to speak on behalf of the Balkett Center Library Project. Just your full name, please, and your address, David.
Yes. My name is David Powell. I live in Paris on Church Street. I feel quite redundant now because they've covered everything. So I'll try to keep this brief because I think time is of the essence. I was born on a small farm on Rest Acres Road. Because of that very fact, I left when I was in my mid-teens and went to the city to pursue a career. Happily, I was very successful at that. And because of that, I have owned property and been a taxpayer here for nearly 50 years. Well, actually 49 years to be precise. Now in my retirement, I have elected to live here full time. The old town hall sits at the bottom of my street. I see it every day. It is a daily reminder to me of its plight. It is actually 175 years old this month, and I feel we should be celebrating that fact here, not defending it. At the time, it was decided by the citizens of this small village to recognize the introduction of independent self-rule, or democracy at the municipal level, by erecting this extraordinary building. Prior to this time, civic buildings were built in the classical style of a pediment with columns and so on. This was a complete deviation, based basically on church architecture, but adopted to the civic rule. It is, I cannot begin to stress what an extraordinary example this is, and the fact that they were able to build it in less than a year, which is unbelievable to me. That in itself is such an astonishing accomplishment. And just as democracies around the world are being threatened, so is the future of this building, tangible proof of our forebears' belief in that system of governance. Beyond this is of enormous importance, both historically and architecturally. According to Professor Malcolm Thurlby, who came to look at it several years ago at my behest, in his research, he determined that, in fact, this is the first example of secular Gothic revival architecture in Canada, if not North America. I will spare you the academic details, but because of this, it has been recognized as an important National Historic Site, a fact that should ensure its future. This proposal will return it once again to the public domain, where it belongs. Once completed, it will be capable of offering programs and events 7 days a week to all residents, regardless of age, color, ethnicity, or religious beliefs. As a community hub, it was ideally located in the center of the county, exactly in the center of the county. If it were located elsewhere in the county, would that in fact make it more viable or more worthy of our attention? Over the past 8 years, an enormous amount of time, energy, and countless millions of dollars have been invested to get us to this point. Should such a small issue now as parking derail something that has the potential to be so great? As Joni Mitchell once said, they paved paradise, they put up a parking lot. Our community is expanding at an unprecedented rate, we know that, and with no end in sight. It has been marketed on the virtues of the charm of small town living. We find ourselves now surrounded by a seemingly endless repetition of bland, beige housing tracts and uninspired strip malls. Textbook examples of civic planning at its worst, dictated by developers with no vision other than profit. Each approach is littered with fast food outlets and a repetition of eyeball-watering fluorescent advertising boards. You could be arriving anywhere. In my opinion, this makes preserving the heritage of the original town an even greater urgency and importance. This proposal will play a pivotal role in revitalizing the upper town where it all began. In other words, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. We have inherited an enviably rich heritage, of which this building is a national treasure. It would be to our eternal shame not to embrace it and to see that this incentive go through its completion. I do hope you will consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Powell? Seeing none. Through this whole process, David, I think the biggest takeaway is that we understand what the building is to us and how lucky we are to have it. And we will never let anything happen to it. I hope that makes you feel a little bit better, because we do understand what it is and how lucky we are to have it in the county. We've made a commitment to preserve or do something with the Rocket Center, and we will. And we've also made a commitment to the library to build you a new library, and we will. That's all I have to say. I'm looking for a motion to receive as information. Councillor Coleman and Councillor Kyle. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 5.11 is Brooke Hayward, and you're going to come and speak about the Rocket Center Main Branch Library tender result.
Good evening.
Just your name and your address, please. Sure.
Brooke Hayward, 16 Hiram Road in Paris.
Thank you.
Good evening, council, staff, members of the public. Thank you for having me here to talk tonight. My name is Brooke Hayward, and I'm here as an individual tonight, but also representing a large portion of the business community. Right now, I'm here tonight because I can't support the Rocket Center Main Branch Library in its current form. But I do want this group to know we 100% support the Rocket Center and revitalization of it and preserving it. We recognize how critically important that is, and something needs to happen with it, and something needs to happen soon. And the same goes for library services. I have to say, I know how vitally important they are to a community, and in fact, my father sitting here tonight probably uses the Paris Library more than anyone else. I want to say I've lived in Paris. I was born and raised my entire life. And in fact, we're 6 generations in the Paris community. funny enough, I'd like to think that most of my family is very committed, upstanding citizens, but if you went down in the basement of the Bucket Center, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Emerson written somewhere on one of the cells. What I have to say, though, is the current proposal that's before this council tonight for consideration, it's unfortunate that's the only option before council, because I know tonight, regardless of how council votes, I know for sure that council is supportive of this building and they're supportive of libraries. It's the current form in the current environment is both socially and economically irresponsible. We are amidst right now a financial crisis. You can hear that. You can hear that tonight by the presentations that came before you. And council will be sitting here, not just today, but for generations to come, hearing from community groups, broad groups representing all different issues, many, many important issues. And the problem is today, if you've taken a look at the county's long-term financial plan, we are financially strained. It's just a reality our region's faced with, that all regions are faced with. And we have to do what's right now to make sure that we're balancing socio and economic issues. It's a delicate balance. I recognize it's a delicate balance. And right now, I think we have to take some time. We just recently received the long-term financial plan to digest that plan and take a look at what is in that plan and how are we going to make sure that we're prioritizing the need to have infrastructure and services that is going to affect our entire community. And I agree with so many things that were said tonight. In fact, everyone that came up here, I could nod and agree. I can agree how important the Bucket Center is. I can agree again, library services, and the list goes on and on. But what is going to happen here if this is approved, if it's a yes tonight, it undoubtedly will be a no to so many other things. It's a reality that we're faced with right now. So I haven't told you much about myself, but I've spent 14 years in the development sector. 13 of those up until last year, I was in the public sector. I was the CEO of Brant Municipal Enterprise, and I was tasked with leveraging municipal assets to create value for the community, to look at how can we build assets to make sure that we're balancing the wants and needs and gaps in our community, but in a way that isn't going to be financially irresponsible. A recent example of that, and the last project I worked on, I was project lead on behalf of this council, was the Cowan Community Health Hub. And that project, I think, is a perfect example of leveraging a municipal asset, a piece of land, to solve a problem that we then had. And that problem was we were potentially going to lose the doctors that we had in our community. And I think we can all recognize right now we have a physician shortage. So the last thing we wanted to do was to lose our existing physician base. So there was a problem. We were presented with a problem. So we worked through that. And I think there was a really good process that was put into place to take an issue at hand and help to come up with a solution that was balanced. And that's exactly what we did. We took the physician group, we went out to the community, we looked for synergistic type groups that could come under that roof and help to create a model that was both serving the need that we had in the community, but in a financially responsible way. So we were leaving essentially some room in the coffer for other things that would be coming down the pipeline. And in fact, that project is completely net neutral to the taxpayers of the County of Brant. And I recognize that's a unique solution because we were able to also create space for some of the for-profit synergistic type groups that like to locate near doctors. And essentially the rents coming in completely support the operational costs and all the debt servicing of that project. If you look at what the costs are for this current design of the library and the Bucket Center, it's nearly $60 million with debt servicing costs. And that project right now, currently, is expecting to receive, I think, about $20 million is currently coming from the tax base at minimum, but it's being proposed that about $10 million will come from grants and will come from fundraising in the community. And I think we heard it tonight. It's challenging. It's really challenging. I've led a number of different fundraising initiatives. I led it for the Health Hub. That one, in the current the crisis that we were in at that point in time, we were in healthcare crisis. We were successful in raising about $2 million for that project. It was unique, but I've been on many other fundraising initiatives, including the Brant Waterways Foundation. The hospital is getting ready to launch a major fundraising initiative. It's tough out there right now. Government grants are tough and fundraising is tough. And what's going to happen is if we don't get those, and that's going to fall back onto the taxpayer, and that could take that $60 million, if you have to debt service a portion or all of that, could become a $70 million project. And it's just something that is a decision that can't be taken lightly. So what I'm asking council to do tonight is just not proceed with doing something with the Baca Center. I recognize we need to do something with the Baca Center, and I recognize we need to do something and explore what is really needed for the main branch library. But I think it has to be done in a more sustainable way, and to make sure that we're doing something that is economically responsible. I'm just going to take a little sip of water if you don't mind. I knew coming here tonight would be challenging. I wanted to say that. I am not here tonight because I want to be here. And not that you're not all lovely people, you're lovely people. But I knew I would be in a room of people that were predominantly here supporting it. And what I want to say is I want you to know I'm not here because I don't support those particular initiatives. I just cannot support the project in its current form. And as I look around this room, I've served with many of you on boards for local fundraising, or for fundraising and local causes, for groups promoting Paris. So I am with you in that we have a wonderful community. We need to preserve our cultural assets, all of that. But we have to balance it with all the other causes that we have in our community, not just for today, but for tomorrow. And I think it's irresponsible to make a decision of this magnitude today that's going to fall and be a burden to future taxpayers, quite frankly. And if you look at the historic trends of tax increases, they've been higher lately. And council's tasked with, it's a financial crisis, I get it. The cost of everything is going up. So I know council is trying their very best to control costs wherever possible. And that's why I know it's so difficult for council to even have this decision in front of them. And I wish that this was presented in such a way where council had options, where they didn't feel like tonight they were making a decision on yes or no. Because I strongly believe that's not the case. I really don't think it's a yes or it's a no. So I don't want to be coming here with just bad news. I want to be coming here and say, I'm from the development community. There's many others from the development community. We care about our town. We care about the people, and I'd be happy to volunteer my services, the experience I have had building public assets that have been successful, of building private assets that have been successful, and rally to help get a group together to get the Baca Center off the ground in a more sustainable way. And if the library was open and willing and wanting to have support, certainly put support together for that too. And again, I've ran successful fundraising initiatives in the past. I'd be happy to help lend some services for that too. But I just think that we have to take a really good look and be really responsible. So what I'm asking council for tonight is to just think about the big picture. I really think we have to think about the big picture here. We have to think about all of the different interests for public infrastructure needs and service needs, and make sure that we're not just making decisions for today, we're making decisions for all of the different issues that are going to be coming up, because we are in a growing community, as we know. There's going to be a lot of pressure on our infrastructure. There's going to be a lot of pressure on our services, and we don't know what we don't know. So there's going to be other things that are going to be coming down the pipe, and there's going to be other groups that's going to be standing up on this podium, and they're going to be asking for things. They're going to be asking for important social things that currently isn't even contemplated in the financial plan. I can guarantee you that. Additionally, not only are we fighting with the cost of living right now, we also have to think about things like threats from the United States and tariffs and the impact that's going to have. Excuse me. I was respectful to all of you, so I think it's important that we're respectful to each other. And I come here very respectfully tonight. And again, I'm from the Paris community, right? And I really, really care about this community, but I care about everyone in the community, and I care about all the issues. And again, I already was vulnerable and said it was challenging for me to stand up here tonight, but I feel like I have a fiduciary and fiscal responsibility to the community I care about to be up here and deliver this message. And I gotta say, it's not easy. So respect would be nice, thank you. Going back to what I said, we don't know what we don't know. We know that we have rising costs of livings, and we have to think about if there is further tariffs imposed, what's the effects that that has on additional cost of living challenges and people's jobs, because they're already saying the United States is our biggest trading partner. If tariffs are imposed, we will have people that are going to lose their jobs in the energy sector, in the environment, in the automotive sector. So these are just things that we have to think about. And all I'm saying is we have to make sure we're not maxing out and going into an. Right now, we're talking about potentially, and I think council has to look at this, but their long-term financial plan has it right on the cusp of potentially having to increase our debt limit, something I don't think we've done before. The debt limit that we decided was responsible. We're going to have to increase in order to do some of these projects, particularly if we don't get the grants and the fundraising that we've committed to, and or cut services. And those could be critically needed services. So it's something to take really seriously. I think we have to make sure we're keeping our powder dry and we're looking at the big picture. I think that's really important.
I think time is, you can wrap it up, right?
I can wrap it up?
You can wrap it up.
Okay, again, so just if there's anything I can do to help lend services from the development community, I'm happy to do that. And respectfully, thank you for having me here tonight, and thank you for hearing me. And I think that's all.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for Brooke? Councillor Miller, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question through you to Brooke, and I think it is tough now. I mean, we've seen Home Hardware in Paris close, or we see go close, so it's a little concerning. But I wanted to pick your brain because you were involved overseeing the health hub there, Cowan's, and like you said, it's neutral to the taxpayer. It's neutral to the taxpayer because you leverage private businesses, and they pay rent, and they're helping pay the cost, the debenture cost for that over a long period. But that's a new build. But we can see we can leverage it too with old builds. If we look kitty corner here to Wincy Mills, right? There's an old building. They fix it up. They got private tenants in there. I don't think anybody around this table thinks that this will be completely sustainable financially. Obviously, it's going to need taxpayer money. But any thoughts on leveraging that for maybe some private businesses that cater to the public at this location? You see that as a possibility?
Thank you for the question. And Councillor Miller, just to clarify, are you talking about taking a similar model and applying it to this?
Yes, something kind of like Wincy Mills. Obviously, we need a big portion for the library, but what about putting small businesses? I'm thinking like a coffee shop or something that library patrons would frequent. So private.
Yeah, I think one thing to mention, and actually, so my full-time career, I'm the CEO of 214 Carson Co. And I know there was a comment today that developers just come in and they ruin communities. I don't think that's the case. We're actually one of the biggest taxpayers in the county of Brant, and we also create hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of jobs in our community. So those things are really, really important. What I will say is the business community and the development community would happily look for ways to be part of the solution if they felt like we were approaching this from an economically responsible way. And I recognize that particular building with the historic component to it, of course, is going to cost more than a new build. It's going to, much like I'm sure that the Wincy Mill did too. And there's recognition that we have to set aside extra funds to do something like that. Certainly not everything is a return on investment, but I can tell you right now, the business community wants to help and they want to do things. It just has to be in a sustainable way. So I think we can take a look at these different things. And like you said, I was involved with bringing the sustainable initiatives to the County of Brant and making sure that the health hub and all many other assets in the county had sustainable initiatives in, much like they're doing here. And I think that we can approach this, we can go out to the community and say we have these needs. We need to preserve and bring back to life this historic building, and we need to look at the main branch library and what our needs are for that. And we could go out to the community, much like we did with the health hub, and see who has interest in coming in and helping, whether that's lending their experience to come in to help create some sort of hub model, or also synergistic potentially tenants that could come in and help to create new revenue streams to help to take some of that burden off the taxpayer. So I do think we could approach this and we could look at hub-like models to approach these needs. Absolutely.
Thank you. You're the expert on that, so appreciate it.
Any other questions to the presenter? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to receive his information. Councillor Bell and Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Brooke. back in a minute. Gary, let us know what we're live now. Thank you. Thank you all. We're now at 6.1 on the agenda, which is the public hearing. With a public hearing, what I'm going to do is it's open to the public to speak. So I'm going to declare the public meeting open, and we're going to hear a staff report from Dan, and then we're going to hear from a delegation, and then after that, after questions have been received from council for both the presenter and staff, and I'm going to open it to the floor to anyone who wants to speak on behalf of this public hearing or against it. So you'll all have a chance to speak if you want to, one at a time, knowing that you have 10 minutes if you come to the podium. 6.1, Dan, if you want to take it over then, please, and I do declare the meeting open.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just my presentation is being pulled up on the screen. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment application for the property at 13 Burwell Street. The agents, AG Clark and Associates, are with us this evening, and they have prepared a planning justification report and some technical studies in support of this application on behalf of the County of Brant. And the staff recommendation this evening is recommending approval of the application for the reasons outlined in the staff report. Just in terms of where we are in the process, so we did previously circulate, we received the application, circulated for technical review. An open house was scheduled back in December. The public or statutory public hearing was held in this room back earlier this month on the 14th of January, and this evening presenting a staff report where we are looking for a staff report with a recommendation where we're looking for a decision from council. So not going to get into the details. I think we've done that in terms of the location and the project details. So we'll get into the reason why I'm here representing the planning division, presenting the recommendation for the zoning bylaw amendment. The site plan shown on the screen identifies kind of three key areas. We have the proposed buildings, we have on-site parking, and then we have parking that's provided within the street. The application itself is being processed concurrently with a more technical review process called site plan control. And the site plan control application was submitted and reviewed by staff, is currently being reviewed by staff, and it consists of a lot of the items that you see up on the screen, the numbered items. Those are the technical studies, the plans, and reports that were prepared in support of this concept that you see on the screen. This application and the recommendation from a planning perspective focuses on the last four items, and that's the zoning bylaw amendment application, the planning justification report, the parking analysis, and the public consultation. So this amendment to the zoning bylaw has three sections, three components. The amendments are proposing to establish site specifics within the zoning related to capturing or recognizing existing conditions. So again, this is recognizing existing zoning deficiencies related to building height and setbacks along Church Street related to the existing building. The application is also recognizing reduced setbacks along Church and Burwell Street for the proposed addition. And then the third component is related to parking and loading, as the number of parking spaces being provided on site does not meet the number required in the bylaw. So required parking, the parking requirements are calculated based on the gross floor area of the entire building. The gross floor area of the entire building also includes the spaces that are being used by the public, spaces being used by staff, spaces being used for storage and utilities. And this generates a required parking of 92 spaces, 4 barrier-free and 3 loading. Again, this is based on the gross floor area of the entire building. The parking analysis and the planning justification report goes into a little more in-depth review of the space within the building, and what it demonstrates is that the actual required parking based on the actual use of those buildings or of the space within the buildings generates a far less more realistic number, and that the conclusions of the planning justification report and the planning or the parking study demonstrate that these parking spaces, in addition to relying on some of the on-street parking, would satisfy the needs of the daily operation of the use. So in terms of key considerations, we're looking at the existing surrounding area. Again, this is an established residential use with some mixed use and institutional uses. This area contains on-street parking, some streets where parking is permitted or restricted, and it also is located within a close proximity to the downtown core and larger commercial, institutional, and recreational facilities. Looking towards the future, again, we're relying on our new official plan, our council adopted official plan. So we have this area is in the heart of a community node, which is intended to be the focal point of public service, commerce, and social interaction. It's also within the community corridor, so this is going to be that transition between key nodes. In terms of the staff recommendation, again, the planning justification report, parking study prepared by A.J. Clark and LEA consultants who are with us this evening. These studies were prepared on behalf of the County of Brant, including the staff report demonstrate that the scope of this development involves elements of heritage conservation, restoration, protection of a nationally recognized cultural heritage resource, which reflects and contributes to the history, identity, and character of the County of Brant. Through the reassessment of the required parking based on the purpose of the space within the proposed building, the off-street parking provided is appropriate and sufficient to accommodate daily operation of the library space, and the on-street parking available is, where permitted, is suitable to accommodate parking needs during peak times. This would be events, scheduled events, programming, etc. It is my professional recommendation that the zoning bylaw application and the amendments outlined in the draft bylaw required to facilitate infill development to establish the community use implements applicable policy direction of the province and the County of Brant, reflect the best interests of the public, and represent good planning. It's my professional recommendation that this application be approved. This recommendation reflects consideration for elements of heritage conservation and the efficient use of land, existing infrastructure for the purpose of infill development for an essential community use within an established built-up area, contributing to the achievement of supportive, healthy, interactive, and complete community. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions for the planner? Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Dan, I know this came up in a previous meeting, but I can't remember the answer. If you could go back to the slide that shows the circles, could you translate those distances into walk time for us?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Howe's good question. So this graphic was prepared by A.J. Clark and Associates as part of their planning justification report, and I believe it demonstrates a number of things. One, it identifies the number of amenities within the area that complement this proposed community use. The circulation or the circles identify the yellow is a 500-meter radius and the red is an 800-meter radius, and this reflects a few-minute walk, say a 5-minute walk. The 5 to 10-minute walk, if it would be generous, given that Paris is not flat. What this also demonstrates is that these are appropriate walking distances where on-street parking is available. So this is not demonstrating necessarily who lives within these circles can walk to this destination, but it's also the number of amenities with available parking where someone can park off-site and have a suitable walking distance to this location.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dan, in your agenda package on attachment 5, you have an on-street parking analysis. I wonder if you can pull that up.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bell, unfortunately, I don't have that graphic available to be pulled up.
Yeah, well, I'll try and explain what I saw of it. There were lots of circles with numbers in, and I presume you're trying to indicate parking spaces that are close by. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So this graphic was provided as part of the site plan control submission, and it does identify available parking within a close 400-meter radius.
So, do you have have we come to an arrangement with St. James to use their car parking?
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't believe any discussions have occurred that would facilitate shared off-street parking.
Have we come? I see that there are 26 spaces, and the circle actually is in the middle of Burwell Lane. If anybody knows that area, you can't park a car on Burwell Lane unless you live there, because you block the road. The point I'm going to make, Dan, is that I find this flawed.
Any other questions for Dan? Councillor Miller.
Just through Mr. Mayor to Dan. Dan, just to be clear, this is the same plan you brought before us at the planning cap, correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, so we had discussions, maybe we could increase the number of accessible parking spots, but did you look at that and give any thought to that?
Through Mr. Mayor, since the January 14th meeting, we did have some internal discussions about adding, and external discussions with our consultants about adding either a third accessible space on site, and also the possibility of adding an additional accessible space off site. And there is potential for both. Adding a second accessible space off site would not impact the required parking whatsoever. Again, this zoning bylaw application establishes a minimum parking for the spaces required on site. If we were to bring an additional barrier-free space on site, this may impact the bylaw itself, which currently asks for 25 spaces. We may need to reduce that number to 24 or 23 just to be safe, because the barrier-free spaces are much larger.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to see if you guys did talk about it. So, okay, thank you, Dean. Councillor
McAlpine, you're next.
So I just wanted to kind of verify that my understanding for the day-to-day use, just because of the nature of a library, you have people coming and going on a steady basis all day long, all year round, as opposed to some other uses that could be possible, like a restaurant or some other possibilities. But for that day-to-day use, there's ample, if not extra, parking space available right there on site and on the immediate parking that's available around that building.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor McAlpine, that is correct. That is what the conclusion of the parking analysis and the planning justification satisfies that.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dan, just to drill down a bit more on the accessible parking side of things, just to confirm my understanding from previous conversation I've had with planning department over this since that meeting. The off-site accessible space actually came from feedback from our accessibility committee back in July, where they actually wanted roughly equal amount of accessible parking spaces over on that end of the building. And my understanding would be correct that if we did want to go the route of adding an additional accessible space on the on-street parking, that actually wouldn't require any modification of this bylaw. That would just be a site plan amendment, and that could be dealt with either via staff direction or direction from that committee.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Chambers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dan, your recommendation assumes that the Paris Main Branch Library Bucket Center project will proceed. what would your recommendation be if it is not proceeding?
Through Mr. Mayor, the zoning bylaw amendment application before you today and the recommendation outlined in the staff report establish minimums and maximums. This would give us the framework from a planning or zoning perspective to work with should the project evolve.
Councilor Chambers?
But in the event that it doesn't evolve, the recommendation to change the zoning to facilitate it proceeding, how does that affect your recommendation?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'm going to throw this one
over. In other
over.
words, simply, if the project doesn't proceed, should we be changing the bylaw?
I'm going to throw this one over to our Director of Planning.
Thank you.
The mayor to the councillor. So the application in front of us facilitates allowing a community use with the library and banquet facility there. If the application doesn't proceed, the zoning would still be in place to allow something like that from a community use perspective. So if the application doesn't proceed as it's proposed this evening, it could change. Right now, we're kind of the proposal is maximizing the site in terms of building and parking. So if something was to change, whether there wouldn't be this type of facility there, then the zoning could still remain in place in case the future changes and some other community use comes in. That's there. Or if the council does make some changes to the site or changes to the library itself, it still gives maximum opportunity for parking on that site, recognizing that we've reduced the minimums and they could proceed with the reduced setbacks, etc., and modify things on site. So we're actually maximizing things right now with this current bylaw, that things could proceed and wouldn't impact whatever happens in the next step. So what out here is just dealing with the zoning, gives maximum opportunity to this site to move forward. And we would recommend if it goes forward, regardless what happens, move forward with the zoning bylaw. It solves all these issues should anything change on the tender or the application as it moves forward, because essentially we've addressed the issues in terms of setbacks and minimizing the amount of parking that's needed for that site.
Councilor Chambers.
Would it be wise to defer the decision until such time as the future of the project is known? And I say that we're not going to appeal ourselves for lack of decision, but is that an option that would remain as status quo until such time as we know what's going on?
Through the chair, to the councillor. So there's not really much of a benefit to deferring or waiting. Ultimately, like I said, is the parking there is the minimum amount that's probably going minimum amount that could go on the site. If things change, you could always add parking, and that's through the site plan process. But the zoning now allows you to go to that minimum. We can always add parking if that's the route things go. The building could always change and be further into the site and meet those minimums or setbacks. So nothing here prevents this moving forward and finalizing this component separate from what happens with the rest of the decision. So this just gives us maximum flexibility to move forward from a zoning perspective, regardless of what happens in the next step.
I think Alicia is going to speak first, and then Councillor Bell.
Through your worship, through to Councillor Chambers' question, I believe what you're asking is if it wouldn't be more prudent to deal with the tender first in advance of the zoning. And my recommendation with regards to that would be to deal with the zoning first, only because if the zoning is not approved, then the tender as it stands would not be able to be awarded. There would have to be a change. Should the tender be awarded first and then the zoning not approved, the tender would be frustrated. This way would allow the flexibility for council to make a decision first on the zoning, approve or not approve, because either way there would be a way forward potentially for the project. If zoning wasn't approved here, then staff would have to go back and would have to redesign to include the maximum amount of parking or the parking as required, but it would still be an option to council.
Councillor Bell first, and then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Alicia probably answered the question I was going to ask, which was the reverse of the question that Councillor Chambers put forward. If we do not pass this zoning bylaw amendment, can the project proceed?
Alicia?
Through your worship, the answer is yes.
Councillor Chambers?
Can the approval be conditional upon the project proceeding?
Alicia?
Through your worship, because it's a planning act instrument, I'm not sure approval can be conditional. However, as Jeremy mentioned, what we've done is the zoning bylaw has been drafted in such a way to restrict the parking reductions to community use. So what that means is, should somebody else come forward and should council decide not to award the tender as it is and another use come forward in the future, the zoning would only work for a similar use. So residential or anything like that would require additional zoning, an additional zoning amendment.
Councillor Chambers?
And one final question, procedurally, can the recommendation be approved and then the bylaws not be approved if indeed the project is deemed not to continue?
Alicia? Heather?
Sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Chambers, if we approve the zoning and then we go through the tender and we decide not to approve the tender, what I would recommend is that we defer the bylaw, and then next meeting we could do a reconsideration of the zoning.
Any other questions for Dan, the planner? Poor Dan, the planner. Seeing none, thank you, Dan, and we'll now hear from, who's here? James Thomas, representing the consultants.
Hi, my name is James Thomas. I represent A.J. Clark and Associates. We were retained by the county to be a third-party review of the project and the applicable zoning bylaw amendment that we're all here to listen to. I had more to say, but I think a lot of that has already been said. This is a fantastic opportunity for county and the town of Paris to create a landmark facility that saves a national historic site before it crumbles to the ground. And to do so, we're going to implement a library use and reduce the parking. That library use is permitted. The big item that brought this zoning bylaw amendment as an issue rather than minor variances is the parking reduction. And to make sure that we listen to the professionals, we have also retained LEA consultants who prepared their parking study. So our evaluation is also based on their evaluation and their studies that were done for that. We have seen through that report that the library use would be able to be accommodated with the on-site and what is proposed in the adjacent right-of-way improvements. I think it's also important to note, it came up in public consultation. People are concerned about the ancillary use, and if we look at the ancillary use GFA within the building that would be required for it to function, an event hall or banquet hall of that same size would require less parking than what we're proposing on site and adjacent. So that fear of the additional use with a higher ratio of cars, the current zoning bylaw amendment for that use would require it. Again, it's based on this gross floor area measure. So when we look to the plans, we know that a significant portion of the building in the basement is held for storage, electrical use. We're keeping the town jails in the front, and then mechanical penthousing. So that's a significant GFA that has no real drive to increase additional parking. So our parking study looked at uses and the current demand for parking in libraries and found that what we're proposing can work from a planning perspective and zoning bylaw amendment. Now, my job is to review the policies, the zoning bylaws set from the province, from the county, and evaluate a project to make sure that it maintains and meets all of those policies. And I can tell you that I have few projects that are as exemplary as this one, that check every point in policy from the province, from the county's official plan, and downward into zoning where we can justify what we're doing to that zoning. So I want to reiterate that as planners in the development world as well, our job is to help facilitate the creation of healthy, complete communities. And a big directive of that is to make sure that communities are built together with a mix of uses integral to day-to-day lives that people can get to efficiently and easily, that reduce the cost of expanding infrastructure, that reduce the expansion of those urban areas and facilitates a more cohesive community through different uses. This also helps to reduce dependency on automotive transportation and increase multimodal transit, which is a directive and a vision of this county's official plan. So I just wanted to state that my job as a planner is to evaluate a project. And as a third party, I have very little to gain in this besides seeing an amazing facility be built to improve a neighborhood in the area and to help facilitate the creation of complete community. And this project will help facilitate that redevelopment in that area. It will help facilitate a complete community with a mix of uses. It'll help bring a community use to the center of that area. This is exactly what we do as land use planners. This project is a true landmark in not only its actual effect as a landmark, but it is a landmark project in terms of how well it adheres to policy from the province, from yourselves at the county. And that's why we're looking to just adjust the zoning bylaw to recognize real demand, to recognize that it can be facilitated. And I think I've heard enough from the community itself that recognizes the importance of the heritage structure. I think I've heard enough from the community that it wants this library built. The library and the county have worked together to pick this location, and this is the best way that this location is going to work. And this is the best way to keep a National Historic Site to the forefront of Paris. When you're coming in, you get to see it, you drive by it. It is going to be an amazing facility, and I truly hope that a zoning bylaw amendment that is required for parking, where parking can be met, would hinder that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council to the presenter? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, as I said, this is a public meeting, so anyone in the room can come up and speak to or against this application for rezoning. Seeing none, I'll ask the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come up to the podium and speak to or against this zoning? Come on up. State your name and your address, please.
Yes, Rick Leach from 6th Concession, Burford. I might have misunderstood a lot of things that our planner talked about tonight, and I saw some graphs up there. And if I'm right or wrong, I'm willing to take that. But did I understand through you, Mr. Mayor, that the allotted parking spots are 27? Or could I be incorrect at that? Could I have that confirmed if you would, sir?
I believe you're right, Dan. That's the right number. Yeah.
And I believe, again, I stand corrected, that this is both right on site and off site. No, I'm wrong. This is not including the available on the street parking. It is. So it's 27 on. Sorry, go ahead. Sure. Yeah, I just need clarification.
Sorry, just so we're not having a side conversation. Through Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the zoning bylaws only considers the required parking spaces being provided on site. Certainly, the surrounding area does have off-site available parking. So that 27 spaces is reflected to those only the spaces provided on site.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't think that's enough, because as you just heard the gentleman that talked about it just prior for myself coming up here, what did he say? He says it will draw people in. I expect that is the big reason for, and by the way, just so we're clear, I have no objection to having a new library in Paris. I do have objection to revising the Bossett Center and the millions of dollars that's going to take and indebt the taxpayer of Brant County. But that being said, let's go back to the parking. If there's 27 sites on, and you expect at times there's going to be things going on in the Bossett Center, as we were told, there's going to be X number of people at the library. And believe me, my wife's a big supporter of a library. And so I can allude to the library we have in Burford. And there's nothing to have 10 cars there when it's open. 10. So what does that do? Well, all of a sudden, it knocks it down to 17 on-site parking. Well, I think, maybe I'm wrong, that most of the people that work in the library, and I'm not sure how many will be there, I expect 3 or 4, they're going to probably drive cars as well. Where are they going to park? We'll knock that down even further. Now, we'll go to the on-street parking. I really do not remember. Maybe you stated how many there is as on-street parking, but they are only available when the people of the community that live there are not using them for one thing or another. I cannot see, truthfully, how we have enough parking spots to facilitate what we plan on having there. And if it's not going to attract a lot of people, I guess it's not a problem. But as we've heard, that's what they want to do. They want to bring people into that hub as for entertainment, for different things that I'm not aware of course, and the library. So I personally do not think that is enough parking spots. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions to the presenter? Councilor McAlpine?
So in addition, I'm not sure if you're aware that when we create this plan, we're also creating additional on-street parking. That's my understanding. 13 extra
No, I was
spots.
not.
Yeah, so that's an addition. The other thing you might not be aware of is in the past we've had the auction house there that regularly brought in the numbers of crowds that we're expecting. So this was often experienced in this area.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I was aware of that.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you have that number of extra spots that were created on street parking?
I believe staff could answer that. So I believe it's 13 plus 1 loading dock.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in the room want to come up and speak to or against, for or against the application? Come on up. Just state your name and your address for us, please.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Walls. I live at 14 Curtis Avenue South. I have one child biologically and another child with special needs that I've looked after for years and years because his mother passed away. And we've used the library a lot. And the library spaces are not, when you're trying to pull a baby out of a vehicle and get a special needs kid out of a vehicle, you have to have enough parking spaces. These children also, I drive tons of children back and forth to dance from 14 Curtis to Scott Ave at Court Dance. And there's certain nights that the church and everything has, they have scouts. They've all, like that road, those roads, I have 4 kids that used to do newspapers all along the way. I don't know how many people, if I'm recognizing them because I see them from when we used to do newspapers, but it was a nightmare to try to park a vehicle along those roads and then have the kids get out and deliver the newspapers. And we did it for 7 years. So I think that you have to think about maybe you guys should drive down those areas like at night, between 5 and 9, during the day, and see how busy it is. July and August, if you guys, that's when you did your study, it's fantastic. You can park anywhere. But during the week, on Thursdays especially, it was very difficult to park every Thursday for the kids to do newspapers. And that road is a nightmare getting up and down when cars are parked on both sides. Children are getting out of vehicles. It's dark at night. So I don't think everyone's thinking through when we do lots of wonderful public library things that all these kids want to get out. You also have all these other activities that are already happening at these churches and stuff. And there is limited parking because along Dumfries, there's all kinds of apartments that have no parking at all. So they're already parking all along those streets. So you have to maybe drive those streets and figure out where it's actually going to make sense. I know that there are lots of houses that maybe they'll come up for sale that you can purchase to add some more parking, but the way it is now, I know there'll be times when it'll be a nightmare. And lots of people are not cleaning their sidewalks like they should for people who are special needs or have walkers or wheelchairs. So that also makes a problem in the winter for how far people have to park when they have to drag all the stuff with them.
Thank you. Any questions to the speaker? No. I can tell you that when this was presented to council, I went home that way. I went home past the church, and there was not a parking spot to be had from the church to the lights, because it was the second car in any of those homes. First one goes in the driveway, second one goes on the street. Same people come home every night. So I'm just saying that was the night that we had the information brought to us. And it was just as easy for me to go home that way, so I did, and that's what I saw. I'm not saying it's like that every night, but that's the way it was that night. So thank you for speaking out. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak? Marilyn, come on up. And just your name and your address, please, Marilyn.
I have to move this. Good evening. My name is Marilyn McCullough, and I live at Telfer Place on Grand River Street North. Just recently moved there. I've lived in Paris for over 50 years, and I had 5 young children, and I took them to the Paris Library. And let me tell you, in regards to parking, it couldn't be any worse than what the parking is now to go to the present library. And try going in and out of there with 5 kids and trying to park on one of those busy streets. And like I said, the parking at the new facility wouldn't be any worse than what it is right now at the present library. I would also like to say this has been on the books for at least 10 years. And during those 10 years, the cost of doing this project has increased exponentially and will continue to decrease until this decision is made to go ahead and get her done. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that you can't clap, or you can't boo, or you can't throw anything at me, and that's just the way it is. It makes me very uncomfortable that Councillor Coleman hasn't put that brick away, but it's still out there. Were there any? There was no questions for Marilyn. No. Okay. Anyone else want to come up and speak? Your name and your address, please.
Yeah, my name is Doug Oliver. I live at 22 Charlotte Street in Paris. I just wanted to point out 2 event centers that exist now in Paris that have 0 parking on their site. One is the
Presbyterian church that's used for concerts. And the other is the DT Concert Center. So we walk from Charlotte Street to the DT Concert Series every time there's a concert on and don't think anything of it. So as far as I know, those are both two very successful event venues that have zero parking attached to them. People park downtown and walk to them, and they have no problem with it. I've never heard anyone complain about the lack of parking at any of the DT Concert Series venues. The other thing I'd like to emphasize the remarks from the previous speaker, it won't get any cheaper if you wait. And if you divide it into two projects, it'll only get more expensive. So I urge you to consider this very seriously when you're making your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the speaker? Councillor Bell?
Not so much a question, more of a comment. I go to the Presbyterian Church every week to rehearse. There is a car park across the way that actually we as a council are in the process of expanding. It's a very large car park for a relatively small facility.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I knew it would be hard for you not to respond. Yeah. Are there any other comments to the speaker? No. Any? Nathan, come on up. We just need your full name, please, and your address.
Yep, Nathan Etherington, 43 Catherine Street. As you can see by the graph that's conveniently on the screen here in front of me with the circle walking radius, I'm kind of on the cusp of the smaller, the 500-meter radius. I left my house tonight at 5:22, and I arrived at St. James Church at 5:29, and add additional minute to get to the Bucket Center, you're at 8 minutes. So this is a very walkable location to get to, so I just wanted to highlight that as well with some actual numbers for council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Nathan? Seeing none, thanks, Nathan. Anyone else in the room want to speak to or for or against the application? I'll ask the second time. Come on up. I feel like Bob Barker. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just as a point of clarification here, and perhaps that can help me before the next delegation comes up, because we've sort of danced around the topic a bit, but I believe specifically if folks are coming up to speak, they're speaking in regards to the zoning bylaw amendment, not the larger project. So just because a couple folks have veered in the direction of talking about whether or not we should or shouldn't do the project, which is the next report, which is not part of the public meeting. So I just want to highlight that if folks are coming up to talk, I believe it does need to be in regards to the zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay. I don't think we've veered too far off of that, but thanks for the reminder. Come on up, Jan.
Thank you. Janet Snaith. I live at 22 Church Street, kitty corner from where the KFC was. Now, how's that for a landmark? So I'm immediately impacted by potential parking issues. And, I live in an old community. It's a fact of life. They don't make land anymore, so we just make the best of what we've got. I've been there about 28 years. And, I remember the auctions that would be held on a regular basis, and they would have probably hundreds of people in the building for those auctions. I'm sure there's probably some people nodding their heads here. And when it happened, we were just like, oh, it's auction day. You park up the street, you park down the street, you park around the corner. It's a community. That's what we do. So I wouldn't say that the parking issue has really ever been a serious one for me and probably for my neighbors. And that includes neighbors that don't even have on-site parking for themselves. I'm lucky I have a driveway. But, I live in an old community. I love the fact that it's walkable, whether I'm coming downtown or whether I'm going over to the health hub or to my mechanic or whatever. I love the fact that this town is walkable. And that's what people in old communities do. It is community. That's what makes us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come up and speak to or against the zoning parking bylaw? Seeing none, I'll ask the second time, is there anyone in the room that needs to speak? And I will ask the third time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak? Seeing none, I will close the public meeting. And I will. Does council have anything else to say? Any comments? Everyone's clear? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If this is the time for comments, I just wanted to, I was listening to the people that came up and spoke, and it kind of fit into some of my thinking as well. Our municipality has many buildings that were established 100 or more years ago, including several churches, some of them within walking distance of the Bucket Center. And many of those buildings have little or no parking, as was mentioned, the Dominion Telegraph Center and some of the specific churches, even the St. James Church across the street, that church is 175 years old. It's another old building, and up until 10 years ago, it had no parking. It operated for 150 years with no parking at all. So my point is that when it's a building that serves the greater good of the community, as one of the delegations said, people work out parking solutions and the entire area benefits. Specific to the area, the issue of accessibility, and I'm respectful of the person who spoke on that. The existing Carnegie Library has zero parking. It has only on-street parking and no accessible parking spots at all. So I see this zoning bylaw amendment as an opportunity for improvement, and I appreciate the effort that staff put into putting this together, and I support the staff recommendation. Do we have a motion, Mr. Mayor?
We don't have a motion yet.
Well, when the time's right, I'll be prepared to do that.
Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can retain my comments until we have a motion on the floor, if that
Okay.
works.
Any other comments before we go back to Councillor House for a motion? Seeing none, Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I move that we approve the staff recommendation as written.
Seeking a seconder for Councillor House. Councillor Oakley, you're seconding that? Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Oakley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I will be voting in favor of the zoning bylaw amendment. I think the reduction in parking, though, obviously a reduction from our standards, it does fulfill the strategic goals outlined in our strategic plan, climate action plan, official plan, promoting walkability, recognizing that one of the greatest issues we have with climate action right now is urban sprawl, and parking contributes to that. So I think with those things in mind, this meets our strategic goals, and whichever way the project goes after this, I think that the zoning makes sense.
Any other comments? Councillor Bell? I'm sorry, Councillor Garneau first. No, go ahead, Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start out by saying that I think theoretically this works, but maybe not practically. So I do fully respect planning staff's professional opinions, and I agree with them at face value, especially if this was to be the Town of Paris Library, as our consultant explained it to be this evening. I love the concept of the community node, but when I look at it, I see that it works within a specific geographic space, and we often talk around this table about the county's geography. Now, if I were to take an active transportation approach to the new library from my home over on the Canesville side, I would have a 20-kilometer walk that Google Maps tells me is 4 hours and 31 minutes. My residence in Middleport are 30 kilometers, and what I thought was a reasonably actually close part of my ward that would get us to Paris is the Brantford Airport, and Google Maps notes that there's unsafe terrain between here and there to take active transportation. I don't bring this up to be flippant. I think about the family that saw the program from Middleport, got in their car, drove all the way here, couldn't find parking, was unfamiliar with Paris, got twisted up and turned around, got frustrated, and went home, and feel that we would have set them up for failure. I have been challenged to ask the question at the last meeting about the notice windows, that the concentric circles that we talk about. And the Planning Act only required us to notify within 150 meters. So unless you were either within that circle or around this table and had a connection to those beyond, they didn't find out about it. Councillor Bell asked the question earlier about St. James. I can say with a high degree of certainty Sacred Heart was also not asked about their parking, and they have concerns, especially when it comes to funeral services, because they don't want to see their bereaved parishioners' families unable to get the parking they need. More generally, I think the residents tonight have shared a lot of good comments that I think we have to keep in mind. And I do really say, because I have a lot of respect for the planning staff behind me, that I don't fault them. They worked within the rules that they had. But we're here as council to offer a different perspective at times. So regrettably, I can't support staff this evening.
Thank you. Was it Councillor Bell that wanted to speak? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think parking is a flaw in this new library and Borkett Centre renovation concept. And the necessary regulatory action has been, I think, delayed. And sadly, it's coming tonight, at the very night we're trying to decide on whether to support the whole project. So I must express my disappointment at that situation. And I think if people are online are thinking, what the heck are we talking about? We're actually, the ZBA, the zoning bylaw amendment, asks for four variances in the R zone requirements and the general provisions. It asks us to accept or give concessions for 10 failures to meet the requirements of our bylaw, section 5, which is parking and loading requirements. And most notably, it asks us to accept a provision of only 25% of the number of parking spaces called for by our current bylaw. So that's not exactly a minor variance in my world. I attended the public information session in December. It was actually in this room. I was unconvinced by the arguments presented by the planning consultant. I can't really comprehend how he could have derived what he describes as convincing arguments to support a shortfall of 70 parking spaces. The parking study that was presented didn't even ask the visitors in the library that day, how did they get there? In fact, they didn't even know how many people were in the library. So I think their study process leaves me very unconvinced. So at that same meeting, with the exception of a few residents living close to Church and Burwell Streets, and a couple of them have spoken tonight already, there were concerns about continued access to street parking. And the mayor's comment about the number of cars parked in the street as he drove home just from our last meeting gives merit to that. There were concerns about walkability for many users of the library. If this is a main branch library that's intended to serve the county, and just to take Councillor Garneau's point, and not just Paris, then the visitors will come, the majority of the visitors will come by car. And if this library is to be as successful as people hope it will be, then there'll be an awful lot of cars. That's the conclusion you can come to. And elderly people, many of whom use the library, will struggle to walk up the hill. And we had a little conversation about that when we were away. People, unless they live locally, will use cars. And I think we just need to accept that. The vision of the county, which the consultant actually does quote many times, is in need for a more walkable community. But sadly, that's not today. And I don't suspect, from my observations of what happens in Paris, and more widely in the county, that that's going to change anytime soon. Visitors to the library and staff of the library will come by car. On a more philosophical point, I cannot imagine any one of the developers who regularly works with us in our county believe that they could come to this council and expect the level of concessions being proposed here for a project that is essentially a county project. We're asking to give ourselves a huge big break here that we would not give without a big fight to our developers. To agree to this ZBA, the zoning bylaw amendment request, I think is a slap in the face of our development community for all the past rejections we've given them. And I just recall we had folks coming for a building in Papel Road. And we said, sorry, you need more parking spaces. You've got to build something else. And we sent them away, and it caused them to go and change their plans significantly. More than that, I think if we accept it, it's actually an opening for concessions going forward. It's actually a grand opening of the parking Pandora's box, in my mind. I can't support this recommendation from staff.
Councillor Miller, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just when I was at Roma, I listened to somebody talking about blue boxes. And they said the best way to get people to recycle more is through 3 words: convenience, convenience, convenience. And the way this is set up, it reminds me of the parking here because it's not convenient. And I understand walkability. I like to walk myself. But if you look at a lot of the users, a lot of the people in our county, there's a lot of people that are getting up there, 60, 70. It's hard for them if they come into town to park downtown and then walk uphill to this library. They won't complain. They won't say anything. What they'll do is just not use the library. It just won't get used. And my biggest concern is if this gets approved, my biggest worry is that this will actually be enough parking for the library. And in the library I see, I'll say library hub, I would like to see it's so dynamic that we need a lot more parking.
Any other speakers for Councillor Chambers?
Just a comment. I went to a hockey game in London at the Labatt Centre or whatever it's called now, and there's no parking anywhere. I would hate to think that the City of London would turn down the Labatt Centre for lack of parking. So if you don't like the project, parking is not the way to turn it down. The parking, if the project proceeds, is adequate, and it will be made to work if that's what the people want. So if you don't like the project, don't turn it down by virtue of turning down the parking. That's unfair.
Okay, any other comments? I would like to remind council that there was a wonderful project that was brought to us from Willow Street. And they had a building, they tore the building down. They told us they wouldn't. But we refused that project, which was a wonderful project, because they wanted 11 parking spots. And we said, you don't have any, if you don't have parking, you can't build this building. And it was affordable housing, it was attainable housing, it was everything the county wanted, but they didn't have parking, and we said no. And in fact, I remember saying, do you have a plan B? And then they sold the property and tore down the building. So, we have to be careful we don't open a Pandora's box, and I think you're right, Councillor Bell. Any other speakers? Okay, we have something on the floor. Madam Clerk, do you want to read what's on the floor? It's got a mover and a seconder, and then we'll call the vote. And what we're going to do with the vote now, we've decided that the way we're going to vote is not to go around so that everyone knows how everyone's going to vote. We're going to stand up if you're in support, and we're going to sit down. And Councillor House's hand will be his standing up. We've already talked about it with the clerks, but to see how everybody else votes and then vote is not fair. We need to all do it at the same time so that we aren't swayed by other people's votes. That's how I see it. That's how the clerks see it. Councillor Chambers, do you see it a different way?
Order, then you're calling for a recorded vote is what you're saying.
It says here that both this one and 11.1 will be recorded votes. Oh, if requested. So if you don't want a recording vote, you don't have to stand up. Does anyone want a recorded vote on this? There you go. We're back to it again. So it's like it's like I'm psychic sort of, but anyway, so Councillor House's hand will be a representation that he's standing up. You can stand up if you want to, Councillor House. Once we don't see your face, we'll know that you're standing up. and the rest of us will stand up when we vote. So if the clerk could just let us know what we're voting on.
Through your worship, the motion on the floor is to accept the planner's recommendation, which is to approve the zoning. So will those councillors in favor of the application please stand? Thank you. And can the councillors against this against this motion please stand up? Okay, the motion is defeated.
Okay. So I guess because you've done that, that's the only vote on this. Call the vote on the entire. No, so 6.1 failed. We're going on to 11.1. Yes.
Through your worship, a motion in the affirmative just failed, and so there is no motion on the floor. So it would be in order for somebody to move a motion to not approve the application and pass that.
Okay, so we're going to do it backwards too. So I need a motion to not. Okay, Councillor Bell and Councillor Garneau. And if the clerk could call the vote, please. What happened to our electric vote counter thing that we have coming? Maybe it's in the mail. Okay.
Can I have the councillors in favor please stand? Thank you. And can I have the councillors not in favor please stand? Thank you.
So 6.1 fails. And we go on to 11.1. I'm still not sure why we needed 2 votes, but we took 2 votes and it ended up the same, so it must be right. Okay, 11.1. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a presentation tonight, but I just want to start with a few remarks, recognizing that Council has a very important, very difficult decision before you tonight. We've tried to anticipate the questions that you might have and answer them in this report. Hopefully we've answered all your questions, but if not, would like to say that we have most of the project team here tonight. David Premi from DPAI is in attendance. I believe Petra might be online. Bill Zister and Drew Fletcher from CSL are in attendance to help us with any questions. Heather and her team are here to answer any financial questions. And
Councillor Chambers?
Yeah. I just have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. In light of the fact that the zoning is no longer in place, which prevents the project from proceeding, does that change your recommendation at all?
Who wants to answer that?
Through the mayor, I thought Alicia commented on that earlier.
Alicia?
So, excuse me. So, through your worship, to Councillor's question, what we discussed previously was if the zoning fails, the tender itself includes a design which Mark can discuss, which cannot be built due to the lack of needing to go back and address the parking. So Mark can address the options at this point.
All right, Mark.
So if we have to go back to the design and modify the site plan to provide more parking on site, we would not be proceeding with the recommendations of this report, I suppose.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mark. And just for further clarification and just for everyone's understanding, the tender results, which are obviously tied to this specific design for the project, expire within the next week or so, right? So basically, the tender results and the dollar amount, if since the previous agenda item failed, the tender results are of no use to us at this point, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor House, I do believe you're correct. The tender has a validity period of 60 days. It closed on December 10th, so I believe it's valid until February 9th. So if we don't vote on this tonight, I believe the site needs to be redesigned, which is a whole extra process, a lot more time.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since our solicitor is in the building, I would like to hear from the solicitor on this matter, or from Heather or whoever, because I don't want to get ourselves in trouble if we don't proceed on voting one way or the other on this project.
Yeah, it is a very unique situation. It's very awkward. It's almost embarrassing. Is legal in the building?
Yeah, Mayor Bailey, can I maybe ask for 5 minutes so I can confer with the council, and we can maybe contact our finance folks and just come up with what we think is, and Mark can come too, and we'll just figure out what we recommend as a path forward.
You're looking for a recess? Yep. Recess for 5 minutes. Back on? Okay, well, thank you for allowing us an extra time to talk about things. After consulting with legal, we're going to let Heather take it from here. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Your Worship. After conferring with legal, we are changing staff's recommendation. Staff's recommendation at this point, in light of the zoning not be approved, is that the tenders as received be rejected.
With that being said, we go on to number 12, which is communications.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we need to move in second.
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, we need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Garneau, Councillor Coleman. Everyone's clear on what we're voting on? All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, you had a question?
Just a discussion, if you don't mind, a comment.
Okay.
I mean, this is something I've given a lot of thought, but you said two statements earlier in the evening, Mr. Mayor, and I completely agree with them. I'm speaking for myself, not for council, but I'm sure a few members feel the same. I would like to keep the Bakken Center. I would like to see it restored. I think it's a jewel. And you also said we support a new library, and I support it 100%. Anybody that's been there, and I've been there a few times, knows we need a new library. I got that. What I'm concerned about is the fiscal responsibility we have to all our ratepayers, and I don't believe that what we were looking at tonight originally meets that criteria. And we had a presentation from Brooke. I thought it was great. In one of the statements she had, and I was thinking along the same lines, the Council of the County of Brant established a committee comprised of elected officials, staff, and members of the public to explore alternative options for the Bakken Center Main Branch Library for Council's consideration. And I don't want to just see a library. I want to see a library hub, okay? So it's not just library staff, but we have, again, private businesses that cater. Yeah, they have services and products that complement maybe somebody that's going to the library. So having said those first two premises, I support the Bakken Center. I want to see a new main branch library. I just think we need to do it fiscally responsible. I want us to go forward. We've already spent $3+ million on this project. I don't think we should waste a lot more time. And I don't know if you want a motion to that or you need a notice of motion, but I'll leave it up to you.
Any other comments? Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to comment that, so I will be supporting the recommendation to reject the tenders, because that's kind of where we're at, and the recommendation of our legal team. But I did want to state as well that, I think mirroring Councillor Miller's comment, so I will politely disagree with bringing the P3 element into it, but I do think that there's no one around this council table who is not supportive of having a new library project, having a central library project, and supporting the center going forward. So I'll be voting yes on the basis of legally, I think we're more or less obligated to, and yeah, we'll see where we go from here. Thank you.
Councillor, how is your next?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I guess, in response to Councillor Miller's comments, maybe I didn't hear it exactly clearly, but I wasn't sure whether in the group of people he was including in the consultation on a 2.0 version of this. I'm sure he intended to include the library board and the library staff, and he said staff, so that's probably who he meant, and including county staff as well. But I'm struggling with this a little bit because there was a lot of public consultation. There was a lot of working group efforts and steering committee efforts, and the plan that we were going to decide on, the spend that we were going to decide on tonight, did not happen in isolation. And I'm respectful of the delegations that were made earlier, but I don't know if all of those people attended all of those public consultation processes that happened since 2016 that got us to here. And I'm wondering if the idea is let's send this back to the drawing board with a bigger group of voices involved. I don't see how that gets us to something that's necessarily less expensive or more fiscally responsible. And yeah, so I'm struggling with this, and if like this project didn't die tonight on the issue of spending $40 million, it died because it didn't have enough parking spots. And unless the building footprint gets a lot smaller, we don't gain 30 parking spots. So I'm struggling a little bit with trying to visualize the 2.0 version of let's take this back to a redesign and spend another 2 years working on design work and working on retendering. So if there's anyone in the room who can speak to that a little bit, it might help us with this discussion.
I don't think, Councillor Howes, that's what I heard. Maybe you didn't hear everything the way you think you did, but let's let Councillor Kyle speak next, and then Councillor Garneau.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I too am going to support the staff's recommendation to reject the tenders. And full disclosure, that was my plan regardless of how the parking went tonight. And I say that having heard from a flurry of folks who are supportive of the project, but over the last 2+ years now and going through this process, I've certainly heard from significantly more who were concerned. They're maybe not here in the room tonight, but they have expressed to me on many occasions that they love the library. They're avid library users. They participate in the programming, and they also really like the idea of preserving the heritage building. But the cost of this project in its current form has just gotten to be too much, particularly to I think it was Brooke's comments earlier, the financial situation that we find ourselves in. Now I think we need to be much more fiscally conservative, as much as that breaks my heart, because it is a beautiful project. Don't get me wrong, and I would love to have it, but I think we have to be really mindful of a whole lot of things, a lot of pressures that we have on us as council, and trying to balance the needs and the wants of everyone across the county. I would love to see a new library, and I believe we can do that. I believe we can also do something with the building, and I would just like to see us hopefully do something more economically.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment, and if I get a seconder to speak to it. My proposed amendment is that we add a clause to the resolution asking staff to return with some recommended next steps to advance the conversation at the February council meeting.
Okay, seeking a seconder. Oh, just a minute.
Through your worship, given that we are in mid-budget, could I respectfully ask that we have 2 cycles to return?
You okay with that, Councillor Garneau?
May I speak to the resolution?
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, so I think I've got a seconder. So
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. The amendment to the motion, in my opinion, should be a standalone motion. To amend whether you're accepting a tender or rejecting a tender should be voted on, and then I'd be happy and to second anything that Councilor Garneau. But we need to clear up the issue in front of us, and that's what to do with the tender. And the staff recommendations, if I understand it, is that the tender be rejected on the basis of that the zoning is not in place. So if we can just do one thing and then allow Councillor Garneau to suggest the next steps, I'm all for that. But it's really out of order to do it the way.
All right, Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Khan, I was not going to support the original staff recommendation. That may not come as a surprise to people in the audience or people around this horseshoe. I believed it to be financially imprudent. I think it's logistically flawed, and that's actually where we've come to grief on this particular issue. And I do think it fails to meet the best interests of the majority of 40,000 plus county residents. I think it was very focused on a Paris core. A final comment though, I think like you, Mr. Mayor, I do not want to see the Ballcut Centre fail. So I believe there are viable alternatives to the renovation of the old town hall, and I'm very supportive of that. And I believe that there are viable alternatives for a new main branch library, albeit that it may not be in the same location and it may not be in the same time frame. And I will support the staff's new recommendation.
Are there any other comments? I'm glad that you said that, Councillor Bell. This is very unsettling because it sounds unsettling, and I'm saying it, but I am in support of the Ballcut Centre, and I know that the Ballcut Centre people, we put them together. It was us that did this to ourselves. It was a past staff member who brought this forward and said, why don't we do this? And everyone thought, well, why don't we do this? It's a great idea. But before we did that, I mean, before I was the mayor I was at that meeting in 2016 with Mr. Ballcut. So I was involved before I was the mayor, and I always supported the Ballcut Centre even before all this library stuff happened. So I was there with Mr. Powell and the Ballcuts. And so I've always been in support of it. It's not this has become too political. It's politically a nightmare, and I feel it was forced on us in a very unfair way, because here I am, someone who wasn't the mayor, supporting the Ballcut Centre, still supporting the Ballcut Centre, and having to do this tonight. It's not right. It's not right, and it's not fair. And the library's been in the budget for years. We were always promising you a new library. Why did you make it seem like we weren't going to give you a new library? It's in the budget. It's been a budget line for 10 years. We have money to build a new library, and we've committed to saving the Ballcut Centers. So this shouldn't be a bad day, and it shouldn't feel so wrong to me, to someone who supports both. So I think it's very unfair. It's very political, and I don't like that kind of politics. We're in a world right now where that kind of politics of bullying and putting people in a position to face the public and do something that doesn't suit me, and it doesn't suit us because we're all fans. Look what we're doing to downtown Paris. Look what we're doing to the bowling club, the lawn bowling club. Paris is thriving. It's thriving, and the county is thriving. And I just feel that this shouldn't be a black eye to anyone. The results are going to be what you want. The Ballcut people will be happy. The library people will be happy, just not with that model that's in front of us today. So with that being said, I feel better just being able to say that, because I'm a fan of Paris. I certainly know that St. George has merit, but I do enjoy Paris. So with that being said, we do have to vote. It's on the floor. It has a seconder. We consulted legal. This is the way to handle it, is to not to accept the tender, and then we'll go to Councillor Garneau after that. So with that being said, we want a recorded vote. We're all gonna, yeah? You want a recorded vote, or are we just gonna vote? Just gonna vote. So it's a showing of hands. Councillor Howes, it's a showing of hands. All those in favor to support the new staff recommendation to not accept the tender? Opposed? Councillor McAlpine and Councillor Howes. Thank you. Now, Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would move then that we ask staff to return to us in 2 cycles with a report outlining some next steps for council's consideration.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Oakley. Councillor Chambers, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, the library board has this is one of those situations now where you're dealing with the Bacchus Center and the library, and I'm just wondering the role of the library board as it relates to the library going forward, and the council as it relates to the Bacchus. How is that all going to be resolved? So I'm assuming that staff will be in consultation with the library staff with regard to what Councilor Garner wants.
Absolutely. The library board will be a part of all of it right from the beginning. And yeah, that's part of your recommendation. All invested people, parties, the Pocket Center Committee, they know who they are. The library people, they know who they are. And then staff will meet with those people and we will talk about next steps. Does anyone else want to speak to the? No? All those in favor? Opposed and carried. We'll take 5 minutes for the room to clear. Okay, we're going to carry on. Gary, we're on line here. The next thing we're going to do is 12.4, which is Sean Elliott's response to the proposal of the Central Library project requested by Councillor Oakley, unless he wants to take it off the table. We aren't. Oh. Yeah, we were, Councillor Oakley asked for this to be moved up, 12.4. Do you want to take that off the table?
Through the mayor, it was just, I mean, I can move to receive his information, but it was relevant to the library conversation.
Okay, so you have it, you're moving it to get it on the table. You're looking for a seconder, Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Just to receive his information. Okay, so now we can go back to 12.1. I'm sorry? 7.1. Half my papers are missing. Oh, here it is. Wrong file. For the price of a staple, it can all come together. 7.1, County Brant. Councillor Coleman, you have that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Garneau, that the minutes from the County of Brant Council meeting December 17, 2024 be approved.
Perfect. Are there any questions to the report? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. 7.2, County of Brant Council meetings of January the 14th. Councillor Kyle?
Yep, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McAlpine that the minutes from the County of Brant Council meeting of January 14th, 2025 be approved.
Are there any questions or comments about the minutes of January 14th? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Number 8 is any business arising from those minutes. Consent items, we don't have any. We have 1, 2, pardon? Count. Consent items to be approved. Yeah, so 9.11 is proclamation requests. I need a motion to get it on the floor. Councillor Oakley and Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Opposed? Do you want it read? No, you're okay. 9.1.2 is another proclamation for the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association. If I can get a mover. Councillor Coleman and seconder, Councillor Kyle. Any other comments, questions, concerns? All those in favor? Opposed? 9.1.3, proclamation requests, Canadian Mental Health Association, Brant, Haldeman, Norfolk branch. I need a mover. Councillor Pierce and Councillor Bell. Any questions, concerns? You don't need it read. All those in favor? Consent items to be received. Can I get a mover to get it on the floor, please? Councillor Coleman, seconded by, you're going to move them all? Okay, no one wants anything? Okay. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 9.2.5.
9.2.5. We have it on the floor in a seconder for everything but 9.2.5. All those in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Oakley, if you want to speak to 9.2.5.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would move in response to this resolution from the town of Elmer that we support their resolution and send a similar letter. I think the provincial government is very clearly overstepping on what is municipal governance and municipal jurisdiction. And you know, however you feel about cycling lanes, it's not the province's business to get involved with it, and you know that's our own decision to make. So I would move that we support the town of Elmer and send a similar letter to our provincial representatives.
Can Councillor Oakley get a seconder? Councillor Bell? Any other conversation, concerns? All those in favor, sending a letter? Support? Against? It fails. Yeah. It fails. Yeah, you just got to keep trying. Oh, okay. We'll call the vote then on 9.2.5. All those in favor? Just to receive? Thank you. Committee reports, administration and operations. Councillor Pierce, that's yours. Are there any questions to Councillor Pierce's report? It's a long report. No? All those in favor? Thank you. Takes us to 10.2, which is Paramedic Services Committee report. That's Councillor Miller seeking a seconder. Councillor Coleman, you've got a seconder, and Councillor Coleman. Any comments or questions to Councillor Miller's report? Councillor Miller, do you have anything to say to your report?
In camera, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're going in camera, sorry. Okay, which takes us to number, no. All those in favor? There's that 11.1 again. We'll go right by that. Takes us to communications, which is, 12.1, yeah, which is Kerry Raymer Bishop's motion for reconsideration. Oh, we don't need that. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and correct me if my language is wrong, but I believe we should, or I would move to defer this to when we do deal with Councillor Chambers' reconsideration motion, since it's relevant to that.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Kyle. All those in favor? Yeah. Opposed? There wasn't anyone. I keep not looking at Councillor House. Councillor House, if I miss you again, just tap on the screen. 12.2, Social Services Committee. I need a mover to get on the floor. Councillor Bell, Councillor Oakley. It's just to be received as correspondence, Social Services. Do you need it read out? Does anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Chambers?
Just a comment to that letter, Mr. Mayor. This is the Paul Callander letter to Perry. That's a very significant letter because it is an action on a pledge and a legislation. And I just wanted to draw people's attention to two things. First of all, the encampment issue is being looked at apparently by Paul Callander and the government as a service manager issue, which means that we are linked with the city of Brantford in social services. And that's key because it's important, not key, it's important to recognize that because that means that going forward with encampments, fund, etc., we are now linked with the city of Brantford in social services, and they are the service manager, so they have final say. So that's important to recognize that. And the other thing that I wanted to make a mention of is what Paul Callander highlights in bold, and that's, he says, in order for your municipality to be considered for additional funding, the ministry must receive a written pledge from the local service manager to use the funds towards ending encampments in your region. So in order to get funding, we have to have our service manager, which is the city of Brantford, pledge to end encampments in the region. So that's some of the stuff that we can talk about when I bring forward my reconsideration. But I do want to highlight that because those are significant aspects to how the government is looking at encampments as it relates to the municipal responsibility, et cetera.
Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to make a brief comment on it in regards to, I don't believe we'll be able to have that conversation until such reconsideration motion does pass, so that might be a bit premature saying that we're able to have a conversation about it. But just highlight on the letter specifically in regards to the funding, since we're speaking about it, the funding, I mean, frankly, is fractional and not even in the right order of magnitude to address the issue. The picking out one of the numbers, the $15 million investment towards building affordable housing. The County of Brant and City of Brantford's commitment to the remaining housing we need left to build is $85 million. So even if we got the full allotment of that for only our service manager, it still doesn't even put a dent in it. So just highlighting that perhaps that as much as more funding is appreciated, I don't think it really appreciates the scale of the issue if it's expected to be used to fully end encampments.
Councillor Miller.
I'm just going to share because it's brought up, but we social services, the bulk of their money comes from the provincial government and the federal government. We obviously give a good chunk as well, but we are funding, the county residents are funding with the City of Brantford residents, workers that are dedicated. The only job in the world they have is to deal with those encampments. And I think at social services about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we would expect those guys to go around and work on any encampments in Brantford. That's what they've been doing. But because we are funding them, they're also expected from me, and I hope from everyone in social services, if we have an encampment issue, that they will deal with it in the county. So that's an expectation I have, and we should have, because we are help funding those positions. But it should also be pointed out that that team has been having great success. They know that they have to meet with any encampment residents over and over again and gain their trust, and they've been doing that. So they've been having good success, notwithstanding the resolution that keeps being brought up. But I think the way they're doing it, having seen some of the results, they are dealing with encampments in a humane fashion.
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, just it's an interest that when we had our delegation with the ministry, in fact, Ernie Hardeman turned up and Brian Riddell turned up, so we had 3 MPPs in the room. And I think Ernie asked the question, do we have a problem with encampments? And to which my answer was, not yet. But you know, this is something we should be very interested in, because the time will come when we will get encampments. In fact, I can actually think of one that we had at the back of the building that now houses Up Yoga. We had to call the services of the service manager to deal with that. That's the only one I can think of. But I'm sure as we grow as a county, and certainly as we grow in Paris, we will get encampments. So we do need to be on top of this.
Any other comments? I think we brought that up at social services before. Well, no. Anyway, it's on the floor. It's got a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 12.3, Huron County Warden, urgent need to address the court security prisoner transportation funding shortfall. Can I get a motion to get it on the floor? Councillor Pierce and Councillor Coleman. Any discussion? Councillor Pierce?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think if we're going to send a letter, I think we should send a letter with this one here, because this is affecting us as well through Police Services Board. We understand that the cost of the prisoner transportation has gone up, and it's as it says in the letter here, what we get for the government, it does not cover the cost of it. So I would like to put a motion on the table that we in fact send a similar letter from the County of Brant.
Yep.
If I can get a seconder on that.
Yeah, Councillor Coleman.
Councillor Coleman.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Any reasons why we shouldn't do that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Resolutions. Oh, we're gonna skip over that for now. Other business. I didn't ask because it was a wanky meeting tonight. Is there anything else, other business that anyone wants to bring to the table before we move on in camera? Councillor Chambers?
I would just make a motion that we extend the curfew beyond the 10 o'clock. I think it's 9:57 now, and that's why I would like to put my resolution at the next meeting. So I'll move that the curfew be extended to complete the remaining items on the agenda.
Seconded by Councillor Bell. All those in favor? Not even Lucas can talk fast enough to get us through the agenda in 2 minutes, Lucas.
One point, if I may.
Yep.
Just for information, if there's going to be an election, and there is going to be an election, Mayor Amy Martin is running in the Haldeman Norfolk Ward. She is currently chair of the Grand Erie Public Health Board. I'm the vice chair, so for a month at least, I am going to be the acting chair. So if anybody has any public health issues, please let me know.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Bell. Anything else that we should know before we go in camera? No? Councillor Howes, you're going to take us in camera?
Yeah, all right, moved by myself and seconded by, I can't remember who.
Councillor Oakley has your back.
Councillor Oakley, that council moved in camera.
All those in favor to move in camera? Code of confidentiality? Oh, okay. Lucas, can you read that so that Councillor Howes doesn't have to?
Certainly. That the County Brant Council convene in camera to discuss litigation or potential litigation and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, OLT Appeal 245 Oakland Road Concession 1. Litigation or potential litigation and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, Development Chargers Bylaw Appeal, and Paramedic Services Committee Report, January 22nd, 2025.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, you have that? No. No, we're going in camera. All those in favor to go in camera? back in open session, yep. Takes us to number 16 on the agenda, which is the bylaws. Councillor Chamber has them. We're,
It's
5.25 is gone. Okay, Councillor Chambers?
It's moved by myself and second by Councilor Miller that bylaws 325, 425, 625, and 725 be read a first time.
Thank you. All those in favor of the first reading of the bylaws? If you could read them again for the second time, please.
I have them, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Garno, that bylaws 325, 425, 625, 725 be read a second time and all preambles and clause be adopted.
Any questions to the second reading, the bylaws? Seeing none, all those in favor of the second reading? And who has the third reading? Yep.
Just curious in regards to 16.3, like we just passed that and we probably shouldn't have.
Did you say 16.3, Brian? Didn't think you did.
Well, you didn't say 16.3?
Took it out.
Oh. Yeah, so the 5 is gone. Sorry, I thought I had heard that. It's after 10 o'clock, come on.
Who has the third reading? Councillor Kyle?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, moved by myself and seconded by Councilor McAlpine that bylaws 325, 425, 625, and 725 be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed.
All those in favor of the third reading of the bylaws? Thank you. Which takes us to number 17. You want to adjourn it? Oh. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody, tonight for getting us through a very rough and rocky meeting. I don't think it's as bad as it could have been.